This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks. It sounds completely insane when I say it out loud, but I need to tell someone because it's been consuming my thoughts and I'm starting to feel like I'm going crazy. I promise this isn't some creative writing exercise. I genuinely don't know how to explain what happened to me. I'm a screenwriter living in Warsaw. I've been here for almost 3 years now. I moved here for a change of scenery after living in the U.S. my whole life. I thought it would inspire my writing, and I guess in some twisted way it has. It started about a month ago when I fell into a YouTube rabbit hole watching videos about past life experiences. I'm usually skeptical about this stuff, but I was procrastinating on a deadline, and the stories were fascinating. People describing memories they couldn't possibly have, knowing details about historical places they'd never visited, children talking about lives they'd lived before. I watched video after video until 3 a.m. Before going to bed that night, I had this sudden impulse. I closed my eyes and mentally asked the universe to show me who I was in a past life, if I had one. It wasn't a serious request, more like a tired, late-night thought. I didn't expect anything to happen. I just went to sleep and forgot about it. The next day, I was working on my mini-series, this spy drama I've been developing for about 6 months. My main character is named Adam Nowak, not his real name, but I'll use that for privacy. I chose the name months ago because it sounded right for the character. A determined, principled guy who fights for what he believes in. Around midnight, I took a break and started mindlessly browsing online. I opened Google and typed just 2 letters, AN, thinking I'd look up something completely unrelated. I hadn't even pressed enter yet. This is where things get unexplainable. My screen suddenly refreshed, and I was looking at a Wikipedia page I'd never searched for. It showed a black and white photograph of a man, and the moment I saw his face, I felt physically ill. My stomach dropped, I broke into a cold sweat, and I had to run to the bathroom thinking I was going to throw up. When I came back to my computer, I looked at the image again. The man in the photograph looked exactly like what I would look like if I were male. Same eye shape, same nose, same facial structure, just masculine instead of feminine. It was uncanny, like looking at a male version of myself in an old photograph. I started reading the article. The man was a Polish resistance fighter executed by Nazis in September 1939, right after Germany invaded Poland. His name? Adam Nowak, the exact name I'd given my fictional character months earlier. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely scroll through the page. I had to get up and pace around my apartment, trying to process what I was seeing. How did I end up on this specific Wikipedia page when I hadn't searched for it? I only typed 2 letters and never hit enter. It's technically impossible. When I calmed down enough, I tried to replicate what had happened. I searched for Adam Nowak on Google, but the Wikipedia page didn't appear in the results, at least not on the first few pages. There were other Adam Nowaks who came up first. Athletes, politicians, more notable figures. When I searched directly on Wikipedia, his page was buried at the bottom of results. The coincidences didn't stop there. According to the article, he was executed on the 17th of the month. My birthday is on the 17th. I'd never made that connection before because why would I? I had no reason to think about Polish resistance fighters from World War II when creating my character. Out of curiosity, I calculated his numerological path number something I'd learned about in those YouTube videos. It was exactly one level below my own life path number. I don't even believe in numerology, but this detail made my skin crawl. I stayed up until sunrise reading everything I could find about him, which wasn't much. He wasn't famous, just one of thousands who died resisting the Nazi invasion. But the article mentioned he had been a writer before the war, publishing articles against fascism under pseudonyms. He died before he could publish the novel he was working on. I called my mom the next morning. She's always been interested in my writing career, and I needed to talk to someone without sounding completely unhinged. I casually asked her if I'd ever shown interest in history or politics as a kid. "Are you kidding?" she laughed. "You were obsessed with World War II when you were little. You used to make us play spies and resistance fighters. Your teachers called us in once because they were concerned about how much you talked about Nazis and fighting them. We had to explain you weren't being raised by extremists. You were just weirdly passionate about that specific historical period." I had completely forgotten this. I have vague memories of being interested in spy stuff as a kid, but not to the extent my mom described. She said I was unusually patriotic too, which is funny considering we're not Polish. My great-grandparents came from Poland, but that's it. "Remember that time you found that old Polish folk song and couldn't stop singing it? You didn't even speak Polish then. We had no idea where you learned it," she added. I didn't remember that at all. After talking to my mom, I went back to working on my script. And here's the strangest part of all. My writing changed. I've always been a decent writer, but suddenly the words were flowing like never before. I wrote 40 pages in one sitting without a break, and when I read them back, they were good. Really good. Better than anything I'd written before. My screenplay is about a spy in modern Warsaw who uncovers a conspiracy connected to WO2 events. I had been struggling with certain historical details and the geography of the city, even though I've lived here for years. But suddenly, I was writing about parts of Warsaw I'd never visited, describing buildings that were destroyed in the war, mentioning street names that had been changed decades ago. I checked these details afterward, and they were accurate. How did I know them? I have no idea. I never researched them. The writing continued like this for days. I barely slept. I'd sit at my computer, and the words would pour out. My agent called the draft extraordinary and unlike anything you've written before. She said the protagonist felt deeply authentic, like a real person from history. I didn't tell her about Adam Nowak's Wikipedia page. How could I? It sounds insane. A week after finding the page, I gathered my courage and visited the area of the city where Adam reportedly lived before the war. The building is gone, bombed during the Warsaw Uprising. But I knew exactly which corner it had stood on without looking it up. I knew where the entrance had been and how many steps led up to the door. I could picture the inside of the apartment, the narrow hallway, the small desk by the window where he wrote his articles. Standing on that street corner, I had what I can only describe as a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. I kept seeing flashes of men in German uniforms. I heard shouting in German. I felt overwhelming fear and rage. A woman asked if I was okay, and I realized I was crying. I went back to my apartment and tried to research more about Adam, but there's so little information available. Just that short Wikipedia page and a brief mention in a book about the Polish resistance. There are no surviving photos besides the one on Wikipedia, no family that I could find. I considered visiting a psychiatrist, but what would I say? I think I might be the reincarnation of a Polish resistance fighter, Because Google mysteriously took me to his Wikipedia page. I'd be diagnosed with something immediately. A month has passed since that night. My mini-series is nearly complete, and everyone who's read it says it's exceptional. The words still come easily, like I'm remembering events rather than creating them. Sometimes I wake up from dreams where I'm running through unfamiliar streets, hearing German soldiers behind me. I wake up terrified, my heart pounding, the taste of metal in my mouth. Last week I found myself writing a scene I hadn't planned, my protagonist hiding important documents before being captured. As I wrote it, I realized I was crying. I could feel the character's desperation, his knowledge that he wouldn't survive but that his writings needed to. I finished the scene and sat there shaking, feeling like I'd just relived a memory rather than written fiction. I still don't know what to make of all this. I can't explain how I ended up on that Wikipedia page when I only typed 2 letters. I can't explain how I knew to name my character Adam Nowak months before discovering the real person. I can't explain my sudden knowledge of 1939 Warsaw or why my writing has changed so dramatically. Sometimes I think it's all an elaborate coincidence that I must have seen information about Adam somewhere before and forgotten it. But then I remember the physical reaction I had when I first saw his photo, the immediate nausea, the recognition. And I remember the certainty I felt standing at the spot where his apartment once stood, knowing exactly what it had looked like inside. I don't believe in reincarnation, or at least I didn't. Now I don't know what to believe. All I know is that something impossible happened to me, and I'm still trying to understand it. The mini-series is almost finished, and it feels like once I write the final word, something will be complete. Like I'll have finished what Adam started before bullets silenced him. I haven't tried contacting the Wikipedia page again. I'm afraid of what else I might discover. For now, I'm just writing, letting his words, my words, finally find their way onto the page after being cut short 83 years ago. I've always been meticulous about my stuff. Like, to the point where my girlfriend Emma says it's borderline OCD behavior. I know where everything is, all the time. My apartment isn't huge, a 1-bedroom place near Oakwood Cemetery in Syracuse. But it's mine, and I keep it organized. Everything has its place. I'm not a neat freak exactly, but I have systems. This happened about 8 months ago, and I still think about it nearly every day. I'm sharing it now because I need to get it out of my head, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. It started with my burgundy V-neck t-shirt from Walmart. Nothing special. Just a plain, comfortable shirt I bought in a 3-pack for like $15, but it was my favorite. Perfect fit, soft material, good for work under a button-up or just hanging around on weekends. One Tuesday morning in February, I was getting ready for work and wanted to wear it under my gray sweater. I distinctly remember washing it the previous Thursday. My laundry routine is specific. I do laundry every Thursday evening, fold everything that night, and put it away immediately. I never deviate from this. Never. But the shirt wasn't in my closet. At first, I figured I was just overlooking it. The closet is organized by type of clothing, then by color. T-shirts are together, arranged dark to light. The burgundy shirt should have been right between my black and navy blue shirts. It wasn't there. I checked my dresser drawers, even though I never put T-shirts there. Not there. I looked through the hamper, though I knew it wouldn't be there because I'd just done laundry. I checked under the bed, behind the dresser, in the bathroom. Nothing. Then I wondered if I'd left it at Emma's place. I texted her, and she said she hadn't seen it. I even checked my car on my lunch break. I spent that entire week searching. I looked in every cabinet, drawer, and storage space in my apartment. I checked coat pockets, gym bags, everything. I even went down to the building's shared laundry room and looked behind machines in case it had somehow gotten stuck during the last wash. Nothing made sense. I knew I had washed that shirt. I remembered folding it. I remembered hanging it up. After about 2 weeks, I reluctantly accepted that the shirt was just gone. It bothered me more than it should have. Not because the shirt was valuable, but because it violated the order of my life. Things don't just disappear. Eventually, I bought another 3-pack of the same shirts. Not the same exactly. The new burgundy one was slightly brighter than my original, but close enough. Life went on. Until August 12th. I came home from work around 6:30 p.m. It was a hot day, and I was looking forward to a cold shower. I unlocked my door, dropped my keys in the dish by the entrance, always there, and headed straight for the bedroom to change. And there it was. My original burgundy V-neck t-shirt folded neatly on the floor directly in front of my closet doors. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. The shirt had been missing for over 6 months, and now it was just there, in the middle of my bedroom floor. I approached it cautiously, like it might somehow disappear again. The folding was what struck me first. It wasn't how I fold shirts. I do a simple half-fold lengthwise, then in thirds. This was folded like those display shirts in stores, perfectly creased with the V-neck prominently showing. I picked it up. It was definitely my original shirt. It had that tiny bleach spot near the bottom hem from when I accidentally brushed against the bathroom counter. The new one didn't have that mark. I stood there holding it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. That spot on the floor. I stand there every single morning to pick out clothes. It's right in front of my closet. There's no way the shirt had been there yesterday, or this morning, or any time in the last 6 months. I would have seen it. I would have tripped over it. Even more disturbing was the fact that my closet doors are sliding doors on a track. If the shirt had been there, the doors wouldn't have been able to open properly. They would have caught on the fabric. But I had opened and closed those doors this morning without any issue. I sat on my bed, still holding the shirt, and called Emma. "Did you come into my apartment today?" I asked immediately when she answered. "What? No. Why?" She sounded confused. "Remember my burgundy shirt, the one that went missing months ago?" "Yeah." "It's back. It's just here, on my floor." There was a pause. "Are you sure it's the same one?" "Positive. It has the bleach spot. Maybe you just found it somewhere, in a box or something?" "No, Emma. It's folded on the floor right in front of my closet, in the middle of the floor, where I would have stepped this morning, where I've stepped every day for months." She didn't have an explanation, neither did I. I checked my apartment door, no signs of forced entry. Windows were locked from the inside, nothing else was disturbed or missing. Just my shirt, returned after 6 months, folded in a way I never fold clothes, placed in a spot it couldn't possibly have been overlooked. That's when I started thinking about Summer. Summer lived across the hall. Early 20s, thin, always looked tired. We weren't friends, just nodded hello occasionally. Everyone in the building knew she had issues. Sometimes you could hear her arguing with herself through the walls. She had people coming and going at odd hours. The super had been called a few times when she left her apartment door wide open in the middle of the night. I never had problems with her personally, but I'd heard stories from other tenants about her entering their apartments when they weren't home. Nothing was ever taken, as far as anyone knew. She'd just be there, sitting on someone's couch or looking in their refrigerator. Had Summer taken my shirt? Could she have somehow gotten into my apartment while I was at work, taken the shirt, then returned it 6 months later? It seemed far-fetched, but still more plausible than the shirt literally vanishing and reappearing on its own. The next day, I casually asked our super if the building had experienced any break-ins recently. He said no, but then volunteered information that made my blood run cold. "Though I guess you haven't heard about Summer," he said. "What about her?" I asked. "Found her in her apartment 2 days ago. Overdose. Real shame." 2 days ago. My shirt reappeared yesterday. I mumbled something sympathetic and went back to my apartment, my mind racing. If Summer had died 2 days before my shirt reappeared, she couldn't have been the one who returned it. Unless she returned it just before she died? Could the timing be coincidental? Or was something else happening? Something I couldn't explain? I became obsessed with figuring it out. I examined the shirt for clues. No unusual smells, no stains beyond the bleach spot I already knew about. I looked up weird phenomena online, quantum physics theories about objects phasing between dimensions, stories about items disappearing and reappearing in impossible ways. Nothing helped. Each explanation seemed more ridiculous than the last. I installed a cheap security camera in my bedroom the following weekend. Part of me hoped to catch someone entering my apartment. At least that would be an explanation I could understand. But another part of me was terrified of what the camera might actually show. For weeks afterward, I felt uncomfortable in my own apartment. I'd wake up at night thinking I heard something, or feeling like someone was watching me. I'd check and double-check the locks before bed. I'd stare at my closet, half expecting more clothes to disappear or appear. Nothing else happened, though. No more missing items. No more mysterious reappearances. The camera footage never showed anything unusual. Eventually, the acute anxiety faded, but the underlying uneasiness never really went away. Here's the thing that still bothers me the most. I've gone over every possible explanation, and none of them work completely. If someone took the shirt and later returned it, how did they get in without leaving evidence? Why take just one shirt? Why return it at all? And why place it so obviously in the middle of the floor? If it was Summer, why wait 6 months? And how could she have returned it if she had died 2 days earlier? If it was some kind of bizarre glitch in reality, which sounds ridiculous even typing it, why just one shirt? Why not my keys or wallet or anything else? Maybe I'm overthinking a simple explanation. Maybe the shirt was stuck behind the washer or dryer at the laundromat for months, and someone found it and recognized it as mine. But that doesn't explain how it appeared in the middle of my floor when I wasn't home. I still have both burgundy shirts. The original one is in a Ziploc bag in my desk drawer. I've never worn it again. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, half expecting it to vanish from my hands. The cemetery across from my building is visible from my bedroom window. Sometimes at night, I look out at the gravestones and wonder if there's some connection I'm missing. Did Summer take the shirt with her somehow, into whatever comes after, and then send it back? Is that even possible? I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff, or at least I didn't before. But I know what I saw. I know the shirt disappeared and reappeared in a way that defies explanation. I've since moved to a new apartment across town. I told myself and everyone else it was because I wanted to be closer to work. But the truth is, I couldn't stand being there anymore. Couldn't stand looking at that spot on the floor where the shirt appeared. Couldn't stop thinking about Summer, dead in her apartment, while my shirt materialized from nowhere. I still don't have answers. Maybe I never will. But I keep the original shirt as proof, to myself at least, that sometimes things happen that we can't explain, things that shouldn't be possible, things that make you question everything you thought you knew about reality. And every time something goes missing now, even something small like a pen or a sock, I find myself wondering if it will return 6 months later, folded neatly where it couldn't possibly be. I still remember that night in August 2016 so clearly that sometimes it feels like it happened yesterday, not 7 years ago. It was supposed to be just a normal trip to watch the Perseid meteor shower, something my dad and I had done since I was a kid. We'd decided to make it a bit more of a thing this time around and invited my partner Alex and my cousin Jamie to come along with us. Dad had always been obsessed with astronomy. Growing up, he'd drag me outside at all hours to see whatever celestial event was happening, explaining the science behind it with this childlike wonder. Some of my best memories are lying on blankets on summer nights while he pointed out constellations and told me their stories. So when the Perseids were coming around, it was kind of a no-brainer that we'd go watch. We lived in Millfield, a decent-sized town that puts out enough light pollution to make serious stargazing pretty much impossible. So we drove about 40 minutes to this spot in the Chiltern Hills that Dad had discovered years ago. It was this perfect little clearing at the top of a hill, far enough from any towns that the sky got genuinely dark. We'd been there dozens of times over the years. I remember checking the weather forecast obsessively that week. The meteor shower was supposed to peak that Thursday night, and I was getting annoyed because the forecast kept showing increasing cloud cover. Dad kept saying not to worry about it, though. He had this story he always told about watching the solar eclipse in Cornwall back in 1999. Apparently, it had been completely overcast all morning, but right when the eclipse was about to happen, the clouds parted in this perfect circle right where the sun was. He was convinced the same thing would happen for us. "Nature has a way of giving you what you need to see," he said as we packed the car. I rolled my eyes, but that was just Dad being Dad. We left around 6 p.m., wanting to get up there well before dark to set up. I drove, with Alex in the passenger seat and Dad and Jamie in the back. The whole way there, Dad was telling stories about previous meteor showers we'd seen, while I kept glancing anxiously at the sky. The clouds were definitely rolling in, getting thicker and darker as we approached the hills. We parked at the base of the hill around 7 and hiked up with our backpacks full of blankets, snacks, and thermoses of coffee. Dad had brought his fancy camera with the long exposure setting, determined to capture some meteors if we saw any. The walk up took about 20 minutes, and by the time we reached the summit, the cloud situation was looking pretty dismal. There were just a few gaps here and there, but mostly it was a thick gray blanket overhead. "Just you wait," Dad said, setting up his tripod. "They'll clear right when the show starts." We spread out our blankets on the grass, and the four of us sat there watching the sunset colors fade away behind the clouds. It was still warm, that heavy kind of August warmth that hangs in the air. There were a few other groups scattered around the hilltop, maybe 15 people total, all there for the same reason. As it got darker, our disappointment grew. The clouds weren't budging. Alex and Jamie were making the best of it, passing around some chips and joking about our bad luck. But I could tell Dad was genuinely bummed. This was his thing, you know, and the clouds were ruining it. Then, around 9:30 or so, something weird happened. There was this clearing that formed on the horizon, right where the hill drops off to the valley below. Dad noticed it first and nudged me. "See? What did I tell you? It's starting to clear." I looked where he was pointing and saw this gap in the clouds. a dark slice of clear sky just above the distant hills. It wasn't much, but it was something. Maybe his Cornwall eclipse magic was real after all. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. There was this incredibly bright white light rising above the horizon, where the clearing in the clouds was. It was perfectly round and enormous, way bigger than the moon should have been. My first thought was that it was some kind of giant spotlight from a town in the valley, maybe for a concert or event. "Dad," I said, my voice coming out quieter than I intended. "What is that?" He looked where I was pointing, and I heard his breath catch. "That can't be right," he said. "Is that the moon?" I asked. "It can't be," he said, but his voice had this uncertain edge to it. "I checked last night. We should have a half moon tonight. That's clearly a full moon." The light continued to rise, and as it got higher, it became unmistakable. It was the moon, a perfect, complete, impossibly large full moon emerging from behind the distant hills. It was so bright that it cast shadows across the hilltop, illuminating everything in this eerie white glow. "Maybe you got the date wrong," Alex suggested, staring at the massive orb. Dad shook his head. "No, that's not possible. I checked the lunar calendar specifically for the meteor shower. Tonight should be a half moon, not full." He pulled out his phone and started frantically searching something. Jamie was standing now, staring at the horizon. "I've never seen the moon look that big before. Is it like a supermoon or something?" "No," Dad said firmly, still looking at his phone. "There's no supermoon scheduled. And even if there was, it should still be a half-moon phase. This doesn't make any sense." The four of us stood there, watching this impossible moon rise higher into the sky. It was moving faster than the moon normally does, crawling steadily toward the bank of clouds that covered most of the sky. The other groups on the hilltop had noticed it too. I could hear confused conversations, people pointing. "This has to be something else," I said, trying to make sense of it. "Maybe it's like, I don't know, some kind of atmospheric phenomenon or a reflection of something." Dad didn't answer. He was still staring, his face pale in the moonlight. Then, suddenly, he pointed straight up. "Look," he said. Above us, a hole had opened in the clouds, just like his Cornwall eclipse story. And there, visible through that gap, was the actual moon, the real moon, half full, exactly as it should have been, in its proper place in the sky. I felt a chill run through my entire body. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. There were two moons in the sky, the real one above us, and this impossible full moon still rising on the horizon. "What the fuck?" Jamie whispered. "What the actual fuck is happening?" No one answered. We all just stood there, frozen, looking back and forth between the real moon overhead and whatever the hell was on the horizon. The other people on the hilltop had noticed it too. There was this collective silence that had fallen over everyone, this shared sense of witnessing something impossible. Then the second moon began to change. As it approached the cloud bank, its bright white light started to dim and shift color. It turned a pale yellow, then a deep orange, like a sunset condensed into a perfect circle. The edges began to blur and waver. "It's fading," Dad said, his voice barely audible. And it was. This impossible moon was dissolving before our eyes, the orange light diffusing into the clouds around it. Within minutes it had vanished completely, leaving no trace that it had ever been there at all. The real half-moon remained visible through the gap in the clouds for another minute or so before that opening closed too, leaving us in near darkness on the hilltop. No one spoke for what felt like forever. The air felt heavy. charged with something I couldn't name. It wasn't just confusion or shock. It was deeper than that, like we'd witnessed something we weren't supposed to see. Dad was the first to break the silence. "Did that just happen?" he asked, his voice unsteady. "Did we all see that? The two moons?" "Yeah," I said. "What the hell was that?" Jamie nodded, but Alex was quiet, looking confused. "What are you talking about? What two moons?" At first, I thought they were joking. I looked at Jamie, expecting him to back me up, but he had the same puzzled expression as Alex. "The huge full moon on the horizon," I said. "The one that turned orange and disappeared. We were all just staring at it." Alex shook their head slowly. "There was just the regular moon through that gap in the clouds. That's all I saw." Jamie agreed. "Yeah, just the normal half moon up there. What are you two talking about?" Dad and I looked at each other. I could see in his eyes that he was experiencing the same disorientation I was. We both saw it. We both remembered it exactly the same way. But Alex and Jamie, who had been standing right beside us the whole time, had no recollection of seeing anything unusual. The meteor shower was completely forgotten. We tried to explain what we'd seen, but the more we talked about it, the more Alex and Jamie looked at us like we were making it up or playing some weird joke. Eventually, we just packed up our stuff and headed back down the hill in uncomfortable silence. The drive home was tense, with Dad and I occasionally making eye contact in the rearview mirror, both of us shaken. In the weeks that followed, Dad and I tried to figure out what we'd seen. We researched atmospheric phenomena, optical illusions, even mass hallucinations. But nothing fit what we experienced. We asked the local astronomy group if anyone else at Chiltern Hills that night had seen anything unusual, but either no one had or they weren't talking about it. The weirdest part is that in the years since, whenever I bring it up with Alex or Jamie, they maintain they never saw a second moon. They remember the trip to the hills. They remember being disappointed about the clouds, but they have absolutely no memory of the huge full moon on the horizon or our reactions to it. Dad and I have discussed it countless times over the years. Our memories match perfectly. The size of it, the color change, the exact sequence of events. Sometimes I wonder if we both just experienced some bizarre shared hallucination, but it felt so real. There was nothing dreamlike about it. I remember the goosebumps on my arms, the way my mouth went dry, the chill that ran down my spine when I looked back and forth between the real moon and the phantom one. I've spent hours online searching for similar experiences. I've read about sundogs and moondogs, about Fata Morgana mirages and other atmospheric phenomena, but nothing explains what we saw. Nothing explains why only Dad and I saw it while Alex and Jamie, standing right next to us, saw nothing unusual at all. It's been 7 years now, and I still think about that night often. Sometimes when I'm driving home late and see the moon hanging low on the horizon, I get this flutter of fear in my stomach, this momentary expectation that I'll look up and see 2 moons again. Dad says he feels the same way. The hardest part isn't not knowing what we saw. It's knowing that whatever it was, it singled us out. Out of everyone on that hilltop, why could only Dad and I see it? What made us different? And what does it mean that we saw something impossible that night? Something that defied everything we understand about reality? I don't expect to ever get answers, but I know what I saw. There were 2 moons in the sky that night in August 2016. One real, one impossible. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see that phantom moon rising over the hills, impossibly bright and impossibly wrong, before fading away into nothing. I still can't make sense of what's been happening between my son Noah and me. It's been 6 months since we first noticed it, but today scared the hell out of me more than anything before. I'm typing this up mostly to keep a record, but also hoping someone else might have answers. Noah's 11, smart kid, curious about everything. We live in Maplewood, nothing special, just your average small town where everyone knows your business. His mom and I split up 3 years ago, but we've got a good arrangement. Noah stays with me Monday through Thursday, then with Melissa for the weekend. It works. Today started like any other Tuesday. I woke up at 6:30, got Noah ready for school, dropped him off at 7:45, and headed to my construction site. I manage crews for Wilson Construction, nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills. The weather was perfect, not too hot, clear blue skies. Around 10:30 this morning, I was checking some measurements on the second floor of the office building we're renovating when it happened. I was walking backward, trying to eyeball if we'd left enough clearance for the HVAC system, when I felt this sudden, sharp pain in my right hand. It was intense, like someone had taken a hammer to it. I looked down expecting to see blood or something, but there was nothing there, just pain radiating from between my thumb and index finger. It was bad enough that I had to stop working. Jim, my foreman, noticed me wincing and asked if I was okay. I told him I must have strained something and that I'd be fine, but it wasn't fine. The pain kept throbbing, and within minutes, I could see the skin turning red, then purple. A bruise was forming, but I hadn't hit anything. By noon, I had a perfect oval-shaped bruise right in that webbed area between my thumb and forefinger. Dark purple, tender to the touch. I kept trying to remember if I'd pinched it somewhere, but I knew I hadn't. That's when my phone rang. It was Noah's school. "Mr. Riley, this is Mrs. Winters from the front office at Maplewood Elementary. Noah had a small accident during recess." My stomach dropped. Somehow I already knew. "Is he okay?" I asked, though I think I already knew the answer. "Yes, he's fine. Just a bruise on his hand. He was playing tetherball and the ball hit his hand pretty hard. We've got some ice on it, but he's asking for you." I told her I'd be there in 15 minutes. The whole drive over, my hand throbbed in sync with my racing thoughts. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, but it was the first time during school hours, when there were witnesses to Noah's injury. When I got to the school, Noah was sitting in the nurse's office with an ice pack. When he saw me, he immediately said, "Dad, look," and held up his right hand. There it was, the exact same bruise in the exact same spot between his thumb and index finger. Same size, same shape, same purple color. The school nurse was talking about how the tetherball had swung around and hit him right in that spot, but I wasn't really listening. I was comparing his hand to mine. They were identical. The injury had appeared on my hand at the exact same time it happened to him. "Dad, did you feel it too?" Noah whispered when the nurse stepped away. I nodded. "Does it hurt a lot?" I asked him. "Not anymore, just when I touch it." Same for me. I signed him out early, told the school he was still shaken up. Once we were in the car, Noah held up his hand next to mine. "It happened again," he said. Not a question, but a statement. He wasn't scared. If anything, he seemed fascinated. "Yeah, buddy, it did. But I was at school and you were at work." "I know. That's like 20 miles apart." "I know that too. We've been trying to figure this out for months now. It started back in October with the hayride incident. Noah was with his friend Tyler's family at the Harvest Festival across town. I was home alone, walking through the living room with a cup of coffee, when I suddenly tripped over nothing. I went down hard, banged my knee on the floor, and scraped my elbow on the coffee table. It hurt like hell, and I sat there cursing for a good minute before getting up to clean the wounds. Later that night, when Melissa dropped Noah off, he limped through the door with a bandage on his elbow. "Dad," I fell chasing the hayride. Tyler's dad had to clean me up. He pulled up his pant leg to show me his bruised knee, then pointed to his bandaged elbow. I felt a chill run down my spine as I rolled up my sleeve to show him my own identical injuries. Noah's eyes went wide. "Whoa, we match!" We compared our injuries side by side. The scrape on his right elbow was exactly like mine, about 2 inches long, slightly curved. The bruise on his left knee was the same size and shape as mine, right above the kneecap. "That's weird," he said. "Did you fall too?" "Yeah, about 3 hours ago." "That's when I fell." Tyler's dad said it was exactly 4:15 because they were worried about being late for the bonfire. That was exactly when I tripped at home. At first, I thought it was just a bizarre coincidence, but then I remembered something from 2 weeks earlier. I'd been working on a project using a hot glue gun and burned my thumb. A small blister formed. A few days later, Noah showed me an identical blister on his thumb. I'd assumed he'd burned himself too and just hadn't told me. After the hayride incident, we started paying attention, and it kept happening. Noah stubbed his toe at school. I felt a sharp pain in the same toe while in a meeting. I pulled a muscle in my shoulder lifting lumber. Noah complained about shoulder pain during baseball practice. I got a paper cut on my index finger. Noah developed the same cut while doing homework. Noah got a canker sore inside his lower lip. I developed one in the exact same spot the same day. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe we were both exposed to the same environmental factors. Maybe it was genetic somehow. But then how do you explain identical paper cuts or bruises? And we weren't always together when these things happened. After a couple months of this, I decided to look online to see if anyone else had experienced something similar. I found a few forum threads with people describing weird family connections. One guy wrote about how he, his father, and his son all had identical scars on their left eyebrows, but only his son's came from an actual accident. Another woman claimed she and her twin sister would develop identical rashes in identical patterns, despite living in different states. Today's incident with the tetherball has me more worried than usual. Up until now, most of these injuries have been minor, annoying, but not dangerous. But what if Noah gets seriously hurt? Would that happen to me too? Or worse, what if I get seriously injured? Would Noah suffer for it? After we got home from school, I sat Noah down at the kitchen table. His hand was still bruised, just like mine. "Noah, we need to be extra careful, okay? Both of us. No rough stuff for a while." He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't taking it as seriously as I was. To him, it's still just this cool, weird thing that happens. "But Dad, don't you think it's kind of awesome? It's like we have a superpower or something." "I don't know if I'd call it a superpower, buddy. Do you think Mom and I have it too? Should we test it?" "No," I said, probably too sharply. "Let's not test anything, and let's not tell Mom about this just yet. I haven't told Melissa. How could I? Hey, by the way, our son and I mysteriously get identical injuries at the exact same time. She'd think I was crazy, or worse, that I was somehow hurting Noah to match my own injuries." After dinner, Noah went up to work on his science project. I poured myself a bourbon and tried to think. There had to be some explanation. Maybe it was psychosomatic somehow, but that doesn't explain injuries that leave physical marks, and it doesn't explain how it happens when we're miles apart. I was deep in thought when I heard a crash from upstairs, followed by Noah yelling, "Dad!" I ran up the stairs 2 at a time, heart pounding. Noah was standing in his room, looking at his desk where his science project, a model of the solar system, had fallen apart. Mars and Jupiter had broken off their wire supports. "I barely touched it," he said, looking upset. I helped him pick up the pieces. "Don't worry, we can fix it. Let's get the superglue." We sat on his bedroom floor, carefully reattaching the planets. I was showing Noah how to hold Jupiter steady while the glue set when he suddenly said, "Dad, does it scare you? What happens with us?" I looked at him, surprised by the question. "Sometimes," I admitted. "Does it scare you?" He thought about it for a moment. "Not really. I think it's because it's like proof, you know." "Proof of what?" "That we're connected, like really connected. Not just because you're my dad, but something more." I hadn't thought of it that way. I'd been so focused on the potential danger that I hadn't considered what it might mean. "I looked it up online," Noah continued. "There's this thing called quantum entanglement. It's when two particles are connected, and whatever happens to one happens to the other one too, even if they're really far apart. Maybe we're quantum entangled." I smiled. "Where did you learn about quantum entanglement?" "Science YouTube, but I think that's what it is. We're entangled." We finished fixing his project and I tucked him in. As I was turning off his light, he said, "Dad, I'm being careful, I promise." "Me too, buddy." It's almost midnight now. I'm sitting here with my laptop, staring at my bruised hand, trying to make sense of it all. I've looked up every medical condition that could possibly explain this. I've read about rare genetic disorders, psychosomatic injuries, even bizarre psychological conditions where people unconsciously mimic others' symptoms. Nothing fits. I've thought about talking to a doctor, but what would I say? What tests could they possibly run? And I've definitely thought about the risk of someone thinking I'm hurting my son. The bruise is starting to fade a little now. I wonder if Noah's is too. I wonder if he's sleeping peacefully or if he's lying awake like me, thinking about our strange connection. I don't know if I'll ever understand what's happening between us. Maybe Noah's right. Maybe it is some kind of quantum thing beyond our understanding. Or maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation that we just haven't figured out yet. All I know is that I've never been more aware of my body, my movements, my safety than I am now. Every time I pick up a knife to chop vegetables, every time I handle a power tool at work, every time I cross the street, I think of Noah. I think about being careful not just for my sake, but for his. Tomorrow I'll go back to work. Noah will go back to school. We'll be miles apart, but somehow, inexplicably, still physically connected. Every scraped knee, every paper cut, every bruise, shared between us like some bizarre biological telegraph. And I'll keep watching, keep documenting, keep wondering, how far does this go? Are there others like us? And most importantly, why us? Why now? The bruise throbs again as I type this. I hope Noah's sleeping through it. I still can't explain what happened with that deck of cards last month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and nothing makes any logical sense. I'm not someone who believes in the supernatural or anything like that. I'm a practical person. I teach math at the local high school, for crying out loud. But what happened in my house has me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. It started when I bought a new deck of bicycle playing cards from Target. Nothing fancy, just a standard deck for game nights with my partner James and our son Ethan, who's 3. James works from home as a software developer, and I usually get home around 4:30. We try to have family time before dinner, often playing simple card games that Ethan can participate in. That Tuesday evening, I remember opening the plastic wrapping on the deck while sitting at our kitchen table. Ethan was excited, bouncing in his seat and asking if we could play the card game with the special card, which is what he calls Chase the Ace. I started organizing the cards, making sure they were all facing the right way, and that's when I noticed something odd. There was only one joker. Now, I've bought plenty of card decks in my life, and they always come with two jokers, one in full color and one in black and white. But this deck only had the colored one. I remember holding it up and showing James. "Hey, there's only one joker in this deck," I said. James barely looked up from his phone. "Budget cuts," he joked, scrolling through his email. "Even playing card companies are feeling the pinch." I laughed it off, though it seemed strange. I even checked the box and the wrapping to see if maybe the other joker had slipped out. But there was nothing. I distinctly remember thinking it was unusual, but not worth worrying about. We played several rounds of Chase the Ace with Ethan, using the single-colored joker as the special card. Ethan giggled every time someone drew the joker, especially when it was James, who would make a big show of groaning dramatically. After about 30 minutes, Ethan wanted to play with the cards by himself, so we let him sort them into piles by color while we started preparing dinner. When it was time to clean up, I collected all the cards from where Ethan had scattered them across the living room floor. I'm always careful about this because losing cards is so annoying, and I didn't want Ethan to accidentally swallow one or something. I sat right there on the carpet and counted them all. 52 regular cards plus the one colored joker. I remember this clearly because I even sorted them by suit before putting them back in the box. The next day was pretty normal. I went to work, taught my classes, came home, and after dinner, Ethan asked to play cards again. I grabbed the deck from the drawer in our coffee table where I'd put it the night before. As I started shuffling, something caught my eye that made me freeze. There were two jokers. Two identical, colored jokers. I stared at them, confused. Maybe I'd missed the second joker yesterday? But that was impossible. I had literally counted the cards one by one. I had specifically noted the oddity of there being only one joker. "James," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Didn't we talk about this deck only having one joker yesterday?" He looked up from where he was helping Ethan with his socks. "Yeah, we joked about budget cuts. Why?" I held up the two jokers. "Because now there are two." He frowned. "That's weird. Are you sure you didn't miss it yesterday?" "Positive. I counted everything multiple times. There was only one joker." James came over and took the cards from me, examining them. "They look identical. Usually one's black and white, right?" "Exactly," I said, feeling a chill run down my spine. "And there was only one yesterday." "I know there was." Here's where it gets even stranger. I dumped out the entire deck and started sorting through it again. 52 regular cards plus 2 colored jokers. The black and white joker was still missing, but now there were 2 identical colored ones. I felt this creeping unease. It was such a small thing, but it was so wrong. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the second joker had been stuck to another card, but I knew that wasn't possible. I had sorted them all individually, even pairing them up by number and suit. There was no way I would have missed it. "Maybe Ethan found another deck and mixed them up," James suggested. But we both knew that wasn't likely. We didn't have another deck in the house, and Ethan couldn't reach the drawer where I'd put the cards anyway. I decided to examine the jokers more carefully. They were absolutely identical. Same colors, same printing quality, same slight glossiness to the surface. There wasn't even any sign that one might be older or more worn than the other. It was as if the card had just duplicated itself overnight. We still played cards that evening, but I couldn't shake the weirdness of it. It felt like trying to ignore a pebble in your shoe, that constant nagging awareness that something isn't right. After putting Ethan to bed, I actually Googled playing card manufacturing errors to see if this was some known phenomenon. Maybe decks sometimes accidentally got packed with an extra colored joker instead of one of each type, but I couldn't find anything like that. The next morning I woke up earlier than usual. I couldn't sleep well, and that stupid card mystery was still bothering me. I went downstairs in my pajamas and pulled out the deck again, counting the cards in the quiet of the early morning. Still 52 regular cards plus 2 colored jokers. Then I had a thought. What if it wasn't over? What if another card appeared? The idea made my stomach tighten with an inexplicable dread. I decided to conduct an experiment. I took one of the colored jokers and put it in my purse. The other joker and the rest of the deck went back in the drawer. I didn't tell James about this. He already thought I was being silly about the whole thing. That day at school, I kept checking my purse between classes to make sure the joker was still there. It was, sitting between my wallet and a pack of tissues. This made me feel a little better. At least the card wasn't magically disappearing from my purse and reappearing in the deck. When I got home, I immediately checked the card deck. My heart nearly stopped when I saw what was inside. 52 regular cards, 1 colored joker, and 1 black and white joker. The black and white joker that had been missing from the beginning was now there. I sank into the couch, staring at the cards. This made no sense. None whatsoever. I still had the colored joker in my purse. I checked again to make sure. So now there were 3 jokers in total. 2 colored ones, 1 in my purse, and the black and white one that had mysteriously appeared. When James got home from picking up Ethan from daycare, I showed him the black and white joker. "Look what showed up now," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. James studied it, his brow furrowed. "Okay, that's definitely weird. Are you sure this is the same deck?" "Positive. Look at the box. It's the one we've been using all week." "Maybe someone's playing a trick on you," he suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Who would do that, and how? Neither of us had mentioned the Joker situation to anyone else. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those cards. It was such a small thing, objectively speaking, just playing cards. But it felt deeply wrong, like the rules of reality had bent somehow. I got up around 2 a.m. and went downstairs. I don't even know why. I just felt compelled to check the cards again. The house was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old floorboards. I turned on just the small light over the stove, not wanting to wake anyone up. I opened the drawer and pulled out the deck. My hands were trembling slightly as I opened the box and started counting. 52 regular cards. 1 black and white joker, 1 colored joker, and a 3rd card I'd never seen before. It looked like a joker, but it wasn't a standard design. The figure on it was darker, more sinister-looking than the typical playful jester. Its eyes seemed to stare right at me. The card had the same back as all the others, the standard bicycle design, but the front, it was all wrong. I dropped the card like it had burned me. It fluttered to the floor, landing face up, those eyes still seeming to look right at me. I backed away from it, nearly tripping over a chair. This wasn't possible. Cards don't just change overnight. They don't multiply or transform. I must have made some noise because James called down from upstairs. "Rachel, everything okay?" I couldn't answer for a moment. Then I managed to call back. "Yeah, just getting some water." I didn't want him to come down and see me freaking out over a playing card. He already thought I was being weird about the whole thing. I forced myself to pick up the strange Joker card again. It felt cold to the touch, colder than it should have been. I examined it more closely. The jester figure was wearing a crown of thorns instead of a traditional fool's cap. Its smile was too wide, stretching unnaturally across its face. And there was text at the bottom that standard jokers don't have. Tiny, fine print that I had to squint to read. The last laugh is mine. I shoved it back into the deck, closed the box, and practically threw it back into the drawer. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept thinking about that card, wondering if I was losing my mind. Was I imagining things? Had that sinister Joker been there all along and I'd somehow never noticed it? That didn't seem possible. In the morning light, things seemed less terrifying. I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole midnight encounter. But when James and Ethan were having breakfast, I checked the drawer again. The deck looked normal from the outside. I hesitated, then opened it with shaking fingers. The cards looked normal at first glance. I counted 52 regular cards, 1 black and white joker, 1 colored joker. The strange, sinister Joker was gone. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by doubt. Had I imagined it? Was I so sleep-deprived that I'd hallucinated the whole thing? I decided to do another experiment. I took a permanent marker and put a tiny dot on the back of each card, in the corner where it wouldn't be noticed during play. If any new cards appeared, they wouldn't have my mark. That day at school I was distracted, thinking about the cards constantly. One of my students, Emily, even asked if I was feeling okay because I'd written the wrong equation on the board twice. When I got home, Ethan wanted to play with the cards again. I was reluctant, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it in front of him. As we played a simple matching game on the living room floor, I kept checking the backs of the cards, making sure my marks were there. Everything seemed normal until Ethan suddenly held up a card and said, "Mama, look, scary man." My blood ran cold. I took the card from his small hand. It was the sinister Joker from the night before, the one with the crown of thorns and the unnatural smile, the one that had disappeared this morning. I checked the back. No mark. I tried to keep my voice steady as I took the card from him. "Where did you find this one, sweetie?" He pointed to the pile between us. "In the cards, Mama." I quickly gathered all the cards, telling Ethan it was time for a snack. As I collected them, I counted 52 regular cards, all with my marks. 1 black and white joker, marked. 1 colored joker, marked. And the sinister Joker, unmarked, plus the colored joker that was still in my purse. That made 4 jokers now. I hid the sinister Joker in my desk drawer, separate from the rest of the deck. I didn't want Ethan playing with it, and I didn't want it mixing with the other cards. That night, after Ethan was asleep, I showed James the sinister Joker and explained what had been happening. "I know it sounds crazy," I said, "but I swear these cards are, I don't know, multiplying or something." James examined the card carefully. "This is really strange," he admitted. "This doesn't look like any joker I've ever seen." "And I marked all the cards this morning," I explained, showing him the tiny dots. "This one appeared after that. It doesn't have a mark." We decided to conduct one final test. We took a photograph of all the cards laid out, the 52 regular cards, the 2 normal jokers, and the sinister Joker. We counted them carefully. 55 cards total, plus the ones still in my purse. Then we put them all back in the box and placed it in the drawer. "Let's see what we find in the morning," James said, trying to sound casual but looking unsettled. I barely slept, listening to every creak and settling noise in our old house. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard the drawer in the living room slide open, but I told myself it was just the house making normal night sounds. In the morning, James and I went downstairs together before Ethan woke up. The drawer was closed just as we'd left it. James opened it and took out the deck. We laid all the cards out on the table and counted. 52 regular cards. 1 black and white joker, 1 colored joker. The sinister joker was gone. But there were 2 new cards that hadn't been there before. They looked like jokers, but the figures on them were distorted, almost melting. Their eyes were hollow black spaces, and they had no mouths at all. At the bottom of each card, in that same tiny print, were the words, "We are the last." I've thrown away that deck. I burned those last 2 cards in our backyard fire pit. The colored joker that I kept in my purse, I ripped it to shreds and flushed it down the toilet. I'm never buying another deck of cards again. But sometimes, when I'm home alone during the day, I hear what sounds like cards being shuffled in our living room. And twice now, when tidying up Ethan's toys, I've found playing cards under his bed or behind the couch. Regular number cards, nothing special, except they don't have my mark on the back. I don't know what's happening, and I don't know how to make it stop. All I know is that something impossible occurred in my home, and I'm terrified it isn't over yet. Because yesterday, when I was getting the mail, I found something waiting for me in the mailbox. No envelope, no postage, just a single playing card face down. I haven't turned it over. I can't bring myself to look at it. It's sitting on my nightstand right now, and sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I swear I can see it move slightly, as if someone is trying to flip it over. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. No one would believe me. I barely believe it myself. But I know what I saw, what I counted, what I marked. Those cards changed. They multiplied. They transformed. And I have a terrible feeling they're not done yet. I still can't make sense of what happened last week in San Diego. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, checked my photos repeatedly, and even kept the evidence. Gross, I know, but there's just no logical explanation, and it's driving me crazy. My husband Dylan and I had been planning this San Diego trip for months, just a week to escape the Minnesota winter, see some sights, relax on the beach, normal vacation stuff. We flew in on a Saturday morning and picked up our rental car at the airport. Nothing fancy, just a white Ford Escape SUV that would get us around for the week. The first few days were completely normal. We visited the San Diego Zoo, spent a day at La Jolla Cove watching the sea lions, drove up to Torrey Pines for hiking, and checked out the Gaslamp Quarter. Honestly, it was shaping up to be one of our better vacations. The weather was perfect, 75 and sunny every day, which felt like heaven compared to the 20-degree weather we'd left behind. I should mention that before we left home, I'd gotten a manicure. Nothing extravagant, just a gel polish in a neutral pink shade, square-shaped, which is how I always get them done. I'm pretty hard on my hands, gardening, typing all day for work, so my nails tend to get a bit worn at the edges fairly quickly. The manicurist always comments on how the corners of my nails wear down into rounded edges faster than most people's. Anyway, on Thursday, our 5th day there, we decided to check out the Hillcrest neighborhood. We'd heard it had some cool thrift shops and restaurants. We found a parking spot on University Avenue around 2 p.m. and fed the meter for a couple hours. Just a normal afternoon, completely unremarkable. We browsed a few shops, and I found this vintage boutique where I picked up a couple of shirts. Dylan found an old band tee he liked. We grabbed coffee at this little place on the corner, then decided to head back to the car since we wanted to make it to Sunset Cliffs before evening. When we got back to the SUV, Dylan unlocked it with the key fob. I opened the passenger door and was about to step up into the seat when something caught my eye on the plastic step. You know, that little ledge you step on to get into an SUV? There was something small and pale sitting right in the center of it. I leaned down to get a better look, thinking maybe it was a piece of paper or something that had blown in. But as soon as I focused on it, I felt this immediate wave of unease. It was a fingernail. A perfectly intact square-shaped fingernail with slightly rounded edges at the corners. My first thought was, finding someone else's fingernail in your car is pretty gross. I almost flicked it away, but something made me pause. The shape looked familiar, too familiar. I instinctively looked down at my own hands, checking my nails. All 10 were intact. The pink gel polish still perfect, but the nail on the step, it looked exactly like mine. Same square shape with the rounded corners from wear, same length, same everything. "Dylan," I said, my voice sounding weird even to myself. "Look at this." He came around to my side of the car and bent down to see what I was pointing at. "Is that a fingernail?" he asked, wrinkling his nose. "Yeah, but look at it. Doesn't it look like mine?" He glanced at my hands, then back at the nail on the step. "Huh. Yeah, actually. The shape is the same." I don't know what possessed me, but I reached down and picked it up. As soon as I held it between my fingers, that feeling of wrongness intensified. It was unmistakably a real human fingernail, not plastic or fake, and it was undeniably identical to mine. "All your nails are still on your fingers, though," Dylan said, stating the obvious as he looked at my hands again. "I know. That's what's freaking me out." We stood there in the parking space, cars passing by on the street, people walking past on the sidewalk, everything so normal while I was having this completely abnormal moment. I held the nail up next to my index finger, and the match was uncanny. It even had that specific pattern of wear on the edges that my manicurist always points out, how the corners wear down faster than the center. The polish color appeared identical too. "Maybe it's just someone with similar nails," Dylan suggested, but I could tell he was unsettled too. But why would it be sitting perfectly centered on the step of our rental car? We've been getting in and out of this car all week. Anything on that step would have fallen off or gotten kicked away ages ago. That's when the full strangeness of the situation really hit me. This wasn't our personal vehicle where maybe an old nail of mine could have been lodged somewhere and suddenly come loose. This was a rental car we'd only had for 5 days. There was absolutely no way my fingernail, or one that looked identical to mine, should be in this car. I turned the nail over in my fingers. The underside looked exactly like the underside of a natural nail. It wasn't a press-on or an acrylic nail that might have fallen off someone else. It was a real fingernail that had been growing on someone's finger, presumably mine. Except that was impossible because all of my nails were still attached. "This doesn't make any sense," I said, feeling a chill despite the warm afternoon. "Let me see it again," Dylan said, holding out his hand. I passed him the nail, and he examined it closely, holding it up to the sunlight. "This is weird, Meg. It really does look exactly like yours." "I know, but how can that be possible? I didn't lose a nail. They're all right here." I wiggled my fingers in front of him, all 10 nails intact. We got into the car, both of us quiet. I took the nail back from Dylan and put it in a tissue, then tucked it into a small pocket in my purse. I know that's gross, but I felt like I needed to keep it, like evidence of something impossible. As Dylan drove toward Sunset Cliffs, I pulled out my phone and took pictures of my hands, showing all 10 intact nails. Then I carefully took out the loose nail and photographed it next to my index finger to show the matching shape and wear pattern. Looking at the photos just confirmed what we already knew. They were identical. Maybe it's from an alternate universe or something, Dylan said, trying to lighten the mood. But I could tell he was as freaked out as I was. It has to be some kind of weird coincidence, I said, not believing it myself. Maybe someone had nails like mine and lost one getting into the car before we rented it? But you said it yourself. We've been using this car for 5 days, getting in and out constantly. How would a fingernail stay perfectly positioned on that step all that time? He was right. It made no sense. And the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Because if this was my fingernail, a perfect duplicate of my right index fingernail, then what did that mean? How could there be an 11th nail? We tried to enjoy Sunset Cliffs, but I was distracted the whole time. I kept looking at my hands, counting my nails over and over as if one might suddenly vanish. All 10 remained firmly attached. That night at the hotel, I laid the nail out on a tissue on the bathroom counter and examined it under the bright lights. It wasn't just similar to my nails, it was identical in every way. The same thickness, the same slight ridges on the surface, the same pattern of wear. The polish was even chipped in the same tiny spot near the tip where I'd accidentally scraped it against my suitcase zipper on the first day of our trip. "Dylan, come look at this again," I called. He came in and leaned over the counter with me. "Still freaky," he said, studying it. "Look at this chip in the polish," I said, pointing to the tiny flaw. "It matches exactly with this chip on my actual nail." I held up my right index finger next to it. Dylan frowned, leaning closer. "That's really specific. Too specific to be coincidence." I felt a shiver run through me. So what are we saying? That somehow a duplicate of my nail appeared out of nowhere in our rental car? "I don't know what we're saying," Dylan admitted. "It doesn't make sense." I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about that nail, about how it couldn't exist, but somehow did. I got up around 3 a.m. and checked it again, half expecting it to be gone, like maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But there it was, still sitting on the tissue where I'd left it. The next morning, I called my sister back home. I didn't tell her the whole story, just that I'd found what looked like one of my nails in the rental car. "Maybe it is yours," she said. "Maybe one fell off and you didn't notice, and you grew a new one." In less than a week, nails don't grow that fast. True, weird. Maybe it was already in the car from whoever had it before. It has the exact same polish I'm wearing right now, the exact same wear pattern, the exact same chip in the exact same spot. There was a long pause on the line. Okay, that's creepy. We spent our final 2 days in San Diego trying to enjoy ourselves, but that nail was always in the back of my mind. I kept it in a small plastic bag I got from the hotel gift shop. I'd take it out occasionally to compare it to my actual nails, hoping to find some difference I'd overlooked, something that would explain it away. But the similarity remained perfect, unnervingly perfect. On our last day, as we were packing to leave, I held the bagged nail up to the light one more time. "What are you going to do with it?" Dylan asked. "I don't know. Throw it away, I guess. It feels weird to keep it, but it also feels weird to just toss it." "Keep it," he said, "at least until we figure this out. But here's the thing, we haven't figured it out. We've been home for a week now, and I still have no explanation. I've shown the nail to a couple of close friends, along with the photos I took. They're all just as baffled as we are. I've researched online for similar experiences for any possible explanation, but found nothing that fits. I've even considered ridiculous possibilities, a glitch in reality, a parallel universe temporarily overlapping with ours, some kind of weird duplicate of myself that I don't know about. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the impossibility of finding my nail when all my nails were intact. It's the question of what it means. If an 11th nail can exist, what else might be duplicated? What other impossible things might be happening that we just haven't noticed yet? I still have the nail. It's in a small box on my dresser. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, comparing it to my actual nails, which have grown out a bit now, the polish starting to lift at the base. The duplicate hasn't changed at all since we found it. It's exactly as it was that day in San Diego. I don't expect anyone to have an explanation. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing this story, except that keeping it to myself is making me feel like I'm going crazy. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Something that defies any logical explanation? Something that makes you question what you thought you knew about reality? Because I've been questioning everything since that day in Hillcrest. And the only concrete thing I know for sure is that somewhere out there, there's an 11th nail that shouldn't exist but does. I've never been one to believe in the unexplainable. I'm a practical person, always have been. Growing up on farms will do that to you. Nature follows patterns, animals behave predictably, and there's usually a logical explanation for everything. At least that's what I thought until about 7 months ago. I live alone on a small 5-acre property in Oakvale. It's nothing fancy, just a modest house, a vegetable garden, and a chicken coop with 12 hens that I've raised since they were chicks. I've always had a soft spot for my buff Orpington hen, Penny. She was the friendliest of the bunch, would come running when I called and even let me pick her up without fussing. I know it sounds silly to get attached to a chicken, but anyone who's kept them knows they each have distinct personalities. My daily routine was pretty much set in stone. I'd let the chickens out at sunrise to free range, then lock them back in their coop at dusk to protect them from the foxes and raccoons that roam these parts. Never had an issue until March 12th. That evening started like any other. I went out around 7:30 with a handful of scratch grains to call the girls in. They came running as usual, except Penny. I wasn't immediately concerned. Sometimes they get distracted scratching up worms or bugs. I walked around the property calling her name, checking her favorite spots under the porch and by the compost pile. Nothing. As it got darker, I started to worry. I grabbed my flashlight and searched every inch of my property. I checked under bushes, inside the tool shed, even up in the lower branches of trees, though I've never seen Penny fly that high. After 2 hours of searching, my stomach was in knots. We'd had coyotes in the area recently, and I was sure something had gotten her. I reluctantly locked up the other girls and went to bed, feeling awful. I kept thinking I should have watched them more closely that day. I barely slept, half expecting to find feathers or worse scattered across the yard in the morning. When my alarm went off at 6 a.m., I dragged myself out of bed and trudged out to the coop, dreading what the day might bring. I opened the run door to let the chickens out for the day, then turned to fetch their feed from the storage bin nearby. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds before I turned back, and there was Penny, just there, casually pecking at the ground with the others like nothing had happened. I froze, feed scoop in hand, convinced I was seeing things. I did a quick count. Yes, all 12 hens accounted for, including Penny, who looked up at me with that same head tilt she always does, like I was the one acting strange. I set the feed down and carefully approached her, half expecting her to vanish before my eyes. But she was solid and real, clucking softly as I knelt beside her. No injuries, no missing feathers, completely unfazed. I checked the coop and run thoroughly, looking for any place she could have been hiding, but there was nothing. The chicken wire was intact, the door had been locked all night, and the run extended 2 feet underground to prevent predators from digging in. I told myself it must have been dark when I was counting the night before. Maybe she'd been there all along, and I'd just missed her. Chickens do huddle together at night, and maybe she'd been beneath the others on the roost. I didn't fully believe this explanation, but it was better than admitting I had no idea what had happened. That evening, I was extra vigilant. I watched the chickens like a hawk as they made their way back to the coop. I counted them 3 times before locking up. 11. Penny was missing again. This time, I was certain. I physically checked each chicken, even lifting the sleepy ones to make sure I wasn't miscounting. No Penny. I repeated my search from the night before, even more thoroughly. I looked in places I knew were impossible, inside closed cabinets, in the garage, in the attic, everywhere. Nothing. Sleep was even harder that night. I kept getting up to check the coop with my flashlight, shining it through the small windows. Still 11 chickens. Morning came, and I was at the coop before sunrise, waiting. I opened the door and stepped back, counting as they emerged. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 11. I was both relieved and disturbed that my count matched. But then, just as I was about to close the door, there was movement inside. Out strutted Penny, looking just as healthy and normal as ever. I nearly fell over. I grabbed her, probably a bit roughly in my shock, and examined her from head to toe. She squawked indignantly but was otherwise completely normal. I looked inside the coop. There were no hidden compartments, no way she could have been there without me seeing her during my multiple checks. That's when I started to question my sanity. Over the next week, I became obsessed with solving the mystery. I installed a cheap security camera pointed at the coop. I put zip ties on the door so I'd know if anyone was messing with me, though who would steal and return a chicken just to drive me crazy, I couldn't imagine. I even sprinkled flour around the perimeter of the run to look for footprints, animal or human. Every night, the same thing happened. Penny would vanish, despite my increasingly desperate efforts to keep track of her. The camera showed nothing unusual. No movement at the times when she should have been visible. The zip ties remained intact. The flour showed no prints except my own, and the occasional raccoon tracks well outside the run. And every morning, there she would be, either already inside with the others or appearing moments after I opened the coop door. After 3 weeks of this, I was at my breaking point. I hadn't had a full night's sleep since it started. I'd called off work twice because I was sitting in a lawn chair all night watching the coop. My friends thought I was losing it when I tried to explain. My sister suggested I'd miscounted or that maybe 2 of my buff chickens looked alike and I was confusing them. But I knew my birds and I knew something impossible was happening. One night in mid-April, I decided on a drastic approach. I was going to catch Penny and keep her in a separate cage inside my house overnight. I followed her around all afternoon until I managed to corner her by the woodpile. I scooped her up, put her in a dog crate with some food and water, and set it in my living room. I checked on her every hour. At 9 p.m., still there. 10 p.m., sleeping but present. 11 p.m., still there. I dozed off around midnight, waking with a start at 2:47 a.m. I stumbled to the crate, heart pounding. Empty. The door was still latched, the water and food undisturbed, but Penny was gone. I tore my house apart looking for her. She couldn't have escaped the crate. It was designed for a medium-sized dog with a secure latch that required opposable thumbs to open. Yet she was gone, vanished into thin air from inside my locked house. Morning came, and with a sense of dread mixed with bizarre anticipation, I went to the coop. I opened the door, and there she was with the others, looking up at me expectantly for her breakfast. I sat down in the dirt and cried. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I was exhausted, confused, and starting to fear for my mental health. Was I experiencing some elaborate hallucination? Early onset dementia? Was someone gaslighting me with an identical chicken? For the next 2 months, the pattern continued. Sometimes I'd try to stay up all night watching her, but inevitably I'd nod off or look away for a moment, and she'd be gone. I set up better cameras, motion sensors, even considered hiring someone to watch with me, but worried they'd think I was completely insane. The forums I posted on about chicken keeping thought I was making it up. One person suggested Penny might be finding a way out to brood a secret nest, but that didn't explain how she got back into a secure coop. Another thought maybe a neighbor was playing a prank, but that made no sense either. The cameras would have caught someone approaching. In desperation, I marked Penny with a bit of blue livestock paint on her wing, something that wouldn't wash off easily. The next morning, the chicken that appeared had the exact same blue mark. It was definitely her. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. On June 15th, I counted 12 chickens going into the coop. I counted 12 chickens inside before locking up. I checked 3 times, convinced I was making a mistake. But no, Penny was there, nestled between 2 other hens on the roost. The next night, the same thing, and the next. For a week, I was afraid to believe it was over. I kept expecting to count and find her missing again. But she stayed put, night after night, behaving like a normal chicken should. It's been 4 months now since the last disappearance. Penny still lays eggs, still comes running for treats, still lets me pick her up. Nothing about her seems different. Sometimes I catch myself staring at her, wondering where she went those nights. Was she actually gone, or was it all in my head? I've considered every rational explanation I can think of. Secret passages? The coop is on solid concrete with chicken wire buried 2 feet into the ground around it. Twin chickens? Unless someone was breaking in to swap them, and my cameras would have caught this, that's impossible. Some kind of chicken narcolepsy making me think she wasn't there when she was? That doesn't explain her disappearance from the dog crate in my house. The chickens are all getting older now. Eventually, Penny will die like all chickens do, and I'll never know what happened during those strange 3 months. Sometimes I wonder if I should have her microchipped, or if I should set up more elaborate monitoring. But honestly, I'm afraid of what I might find out. I still check the coop obsessively every night and morning. My friends joke about my chicken OCD, not knowing the real reason behind it. I've never told anyone the full story until now. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story. But I know what I experienced, and I know it was real. Sometimes when I look at Penny scratching in the dirt, I can't help but wonder, where did you go and how did you get back? What secrets are you keeping from me? And most disturbing of all, what if she starts disappearing again? I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened last week. I've gone over it again and again, and there's just no explanation that makes any sense. My boyfriend thinks I'm making it up, or that I was half asleep and misremembering. but I know what I saw. I was wide awake, and everything was completely normal until it wasn't. For context, we have a pretty set morning routine in our house. I've been with my boyfriend Mark for almost 3 years now, and we moved into this suburban house about 8 months ago. It's nothing special, just a standard 3-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. We have 2 pets, our dog Benny, a Labrador mix, and our cat Shadow, who's completely black with these intense yellow-green eyes. Shadow was a rescue. I found him as a stray about 4 years ago, skinny and skittish. Now he's the most routine-driven animal I've ever met. Every morning goes exactly the same way. Mark's alarm goes off at 5:45 a.m. I usually wake up when I hear him start the shower around 6:00. While he's getting ready, I head to the kitchen to make his lunch and some breakfast. Shadow immediately starts following me around, meowing constantly. He has this specific meow he does in the morning. It's more demanding than his regular meow, like he's saying, "Hurry up already." Every single morning, without fail, Shadow wants to go outside the moment I get up. And every single morning I tell him the same thing. You have to wait until we all go out together. He never listens and just keeps complaining while I finish getting everything ready. After breakfast, Mark sits in the living room and I braid his hair. He's got this long hair that he keeps in a neat braid for work. Then we all head out together, Mark to his car, me walking him out with Benny on his leash, and Shadow darting outside the moment the door opens. Shadow always runs to the left side of the yard while we go right to the driveway. It's been this exact same routine for months. Last Tuesday seemed completely normal. It was still dark outside when we all left the house around 6:40 a.m. As usual, Shadow shot out the door first and disappeared into the shadows to the left of the house. I walked with Mark to his car, gave him a kiss goodbye, and watched him drive off. Benny did his usual business near the mailbox, and then we headed back inside. It was maybe a 5-minute round trip from when we first opened the door to when Benny and I came back in. Shadow hadn't returned yet, which was normal. He usually explores for a while before coming back. I closed and locked the front door behind us. It's one of those doors that automatically locks when you close it. Our house only has 2 entrances, the front door and a sliding glass door in the kitchen that leads to the backyard. The back door was definitely locked because Mark always checks it before bed. He's paranoid about home security. I went straight to the bathroom after getting back inside. I was in there maybe 2 minutes. When I came out, I decided to let Benny out again. He sometimes needs a second trip in the mornings. I opened the front door and he went out while I sat on our porch swing, scrolling through my phone. That's when things got weird. After about a minute of sitting there, I heard a meow from inside the house. I thought I was imagining things at first, but then I heard it again, that same demanding morning meow that Shadow always does. It was definitely coming from inside the house. I got up and opened the front door, completely confused. And there he was, Shadow, sitting in the middle of our living room, meowing to be let out again. The exact same cat who had definitely run out the door before us and disappeared into the darkness on the left side of our house, not even 10 minutes earlier. I literally froze in the doorway. I felt this cold sensation spread across my back and up my neck. Shadow just sat there, looking at me with those yellow-green eyes, meowing like nothing was wrong, like he hadn't just been outside, like he hadn't somehow teleported back into a locked house. I called Benny back, and we both went inside. I was looking at Shadow like he was an alien or something. He just walked to the door, sat down, and meowed again to be let out. I was so freaked out that I just opened the door and watched him walk out. This time I kept my eyes on him until he disappeared around the corner of the house. I immediately checked all the doors and windows. The back sliding door was locked, just as Mark had left it. All the windows were closed. It was February and cold outside, so we hadn't had any windows open for months. There was absolutely no way Shadow could have gotten back into the house. None. 0 possible entry points. I called Mark right away, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial. He didn't understand why I was so upset. He suggested maybe Shadow had snuck back in when Benny and I returned, and I just hadn't noticed. But that's impossible. Shadow is pitch black, but I would have seen him come in. He would have had to dart between my legs or Benny's, and there's just no way I wouldn't have noticed. Plus, Shadow always makes this little chirping sound when he comes inside. It's like his "I'm home" announcement. There was no chirp. Mark also suggested maybe it wasn't Shadow who ran out first. Maybe he was still inside when we left. But I know what I saw. I physically watched Shadow run out the door ahead of us and go left while we went right. I saw his black shape disappear into the shadows on that side of the yard. I am 100% certain of this. I spent the rest of the morning going around the house, looking for any possible way a cat could get in. Maybe there was some secret cat door from a previous owner? Nope. A loose vent cover? Nothing. A hole in the attic? All sealed. I crawled around checking every inch of our house's exterior later that day when it was light out. There was simply no way in except the 2 doors, and both had been locked. When Shadow came back later that morning through the front door, which I opened for him, I swear he acted different. He kept staring at me from across the room, very still, his eyes following me everywhere. He's usually pretty affectionate, but that day he kept his distance, watching me from shelves and the tops of furniture. I know it sounds crazy, but it felt like he was studying me or something. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept having this feeling of being watched. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to find Shadow sitting on my chest, just staring at my face. His eyes caught the little bit of light coming from our bathroom nightlight, and they seemed to glow more intensely than usual. I gently moved him off me, and he just sat at the foot of the bed, continuing to stare. I know cats are weird sometimes, but this felt different. The next morning, our routine went back to normal, almost like nothing had happened. Except now I'm hyper-aware of Shadow's movements. I watch him like a hawk when we go outside. So far, there haven't been any more impossible appearances, but I'm still completely freaked out. I've started researching quantum physics and all these theories about how cats might perceive dimensions differently than we do. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm desperate for any explanation. Could Shadow have found some way to move through space that we don't understand? Is there something about our house that creates some kind of loop or portal? Am I losing my mind? I've also been looking into the history of our house. It's not that old, built in the 1990s, and the previous owners were just a normal family who moved out of state for work. No reports of anything strange. No one died here. No weird accidents. Mark thinks I'm overreacting, but he didn't see what I saw. He didn't experience that moment of complete impossibility, that realization that what you're seeing contradicts everything you know about physical reality. How can you trust your own home when the laws of physics suddenly don't apply? Yesterday, I set up a security camera in our living room. I haven't told Mark about it yet. I need to know if Shadow is doing anything strange when we're not looking or when we're asleep. Maybe I'll catch him squeezing through some opening I haven't found yet, though that still wouldn't explain how he got back inside that morning. The worst part is the doubt. Did I actually see what I think I saw? Was I somehow mistaken about the sequence of events? Could I have imagined it or misremembered something so basic? I keep replaying it in my mind, and I can't find any gap or inconsistency in my memory. Shadow went out. The doors were locked. Shadow was inside. It's that simple and that impossible. As I'm writing this, Shadow is curled up on the couch across from me, sleeping peacefully like a normal cat. But every so often his ear twitches, or he opens one eye just slightly, and I get that feeling again, like he knows something I don't. Like there's more to him than just being a regular house cat. I don't know what to do with this experience. I can't explain it. I can't forget it. I'm not saying my cat is supernatural or that my house is haunted or anything that dramatic. But something happened that day that I cannot account for, and it's made me question everything about the reality I thought I understood. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? A moment where you saw something that simply couldn't have happened? How do you make peace with that kind of impossible experience? I'm not sleeping well, and I find myself watching Shadow constantly, waiting for him to do something impossible again. Part of me hopes he does, just so I can confirm I'm not crazy. The other part of me is terrified of what that might mean about the world we live in. Last night, I swear I heard meowing coming from two different parts of the house at the same time. I don't know if I'm imagining things at this point, or if something is really happening. But I know what I saw that morning. I know it was real. And I have no explanation for how my cat got back into a locked house in the span of 10 minutes when he was definitely outside. I just want to understand what happened. Or maybe I don't. Maybe some things are better left unexplained. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or any of that supernatural stuff. I'm about as skeptical as they come, always looking for the logical explanation behind weird things. But what happened at Jason's grandmother's house back in 2010 still messes with my head, even after all these years. I was 17 then, living in this boring little town in Georgia where nothing ever happened. Jason was my buddy from school, and he'd recently moved in with his friend Kyle at Kyle's grandmother's place temporarily. His parents were going through some rough stuff, and he needed somewhere to crash for a few months. Almost immediately after moving in, Jason started telling me these stories about weird shit happening in the house. At first, I totally wrote it off. Jason and Kyle were heavy into recreational stuff back then. They were doing everything from weed to taking massive amounts of cough syrup to get high. So when Jason told me about porcelain dolls moving their heads in this display case the grandmother had, or about hearing a music box playing at night when there wasn't even a music box in the house, I just laughed it off. Typical drug-induced paranoia, I thought. Dude, you're just tripping, I remember telling him. Cut back on the cough syrup and maybe the ghost dolls will stop staring at you. We'd joke about it at school, and I never took it seriously. After about a month of these stories, Jason kept insisting I come over to see for myself. I finally agreed, mainly to prove to him that he was just being paranoid. It was mid-July, one of those brutal Georgia summer days where the heat and humidity make it hard to even breathe. The kind of day where your shirt sticks to your back the moment you step outside. The grandmother's house was this old one-story place on the outskirts of town. Nothing special, just a typical southern home with faded yellow siding, a small front porch with a swing, and a yard that needed mowing. The inside was what you'd expect from an elderly woman's house. Lots of floral patterns, old furniture, and yes, a display case of porcelain dolls in the living room. They were creepy as hell on their own, even without any paranormal head-turning. Jason's grandmother wasn't home when I visited. She was at some church function that would keep her out all day. It was just me, Jason, and Kyle hanging out, playing video games and bullshitting like normal teenagers. For the first couple hours, everything was completely normal. I made sure to check out those dolls when I arrived, and they were just regular creepy porcelain dolls with dead eyes. I even made a point to note their positions so I could prove to Jason later that they hadn't moved at all. Around 3 p.m., we were in the living room. I was sprawled out on the couch, Jason was on the floor, and Kyle was in an armchair. We were just talking about normal stuff, school, girls, whatever. It was hot as balls even with the AC running, so Jason got up to grab some sodas from the kitchen. That's when I heard it. The back door, which connected the kitchen to the backyard, opened and then closed with a distinct click. I figured Jason had stepped outside for a second. "What are you doing, man?" Kyle called out. "What? I'm just getting drinks," Jason replied from the kitchen. I sat up. "Didn't you just go outside?" "No, I've been right here the whole time." I got up and went to the kitchen. Jason was standing at the open refrigerator, grabbing cans of Coke, and the back door was closed. "I swear I just heard the back door open and close," I said. Jason gave me this look, not scared, but like he was saying, "See, I told you weird shit happens here." We went back to the living room, and I was trying to rationalize it in my head. Maybe it was the wind, or maybe the door wasn't properly closed and had swung open, then shut. No big deal. About 20 minutes later, it happened again. This time, we all heard it clearly. The distinctive sound of the door opening, the slight squeak of the hinges, then the solid click as it closed. We all looked at each other. "That's been happening a lot," Kyle said casually, like he was commenting on the weather. I got up immediately. "It's probably just the wind or something," I said, walking toward the kitchen. When I reached the kitchen, the door was firmly closed. I went over and checked it. The latch worked fine. It wasn't loose. I opened it to look outside. The backyard was empty, just a patchy lawn with a couple of trees and a shed in the back. More importantly, there was barely any breeze. It was one of those stagnant, heavy summer days where the air just sits on you. I closed the door, making sure it latched properly, and turned to go back to the living room. Before I could take 2 steps, the door behind me opened, not violently or dramatically, but in the exact same way a person would open it. I spun around, half expecting to see someone there, but there was nothing. The door was just open, swinging slightly. My heart was pounding now. I reached out and closed it again, making absolutely sure it latched. I stood there for a moment, watching it, my hand still on the doorknob. Nothing happened. "See?" Jason said from behind me, making me jump. "Told you weird shit happens here." I turned to him, about to argue that there had to be some explanation, when the door opened again, right in front of both of us. No dramatic swing, no slamming, just the normal motion of a door being opened by someone who wasn't there. "What the fuck?" I whispered, backing away. Jason just nodded like this confirmed everything he'd been telling me. The rational part of my brain kicked into overdrive. "It's got to be air pressure or something," I said, moving back toward the door. "Maybe when the AC kicks on, it creates some kind of vacuum." I spent the next 20 minutes investigating every possible explanation. I checked for air vents near the door. There weren't any close enough. I examined the door frame and hinges. They were old but solid. I looked for strings or wires that the guys might have rigged up as a prank. Nothing. I even went outside to see if there was any way someone could be messing with it from the outside. But there was no one there, and no way to manipulate the door from a distance. What made it truly unsettling was the way the door moved. It didn't swing erratically like it would in a breeze or from air pressure. It opened with purpose, at a steady pace, exactly the way it would if someone were using it. It opened to the same position each time, about 3/4 of the way open, and then closed at the same measured pace. While I was examining the hinges, it happened again. The door just opened on its own, stayed open for about 10 seconds, and then closed itself. I literally had my hands on the door frame when this happened. I felt the slight movement of air as the door swung, but there was no push, no force that I could detect causing it to move. "Has your grandmother ever said anything about this?" I asked Jason, trying to keep my voice steady. "Nah, she doesn't notice stuff like this. Or if she does, she just says it's the Lord working in mysterious ways or whatever." We went back to the living room, but I couldn't focus on anything else. Every few minutes, we'd hear that door open and close. Each time, I'd rush to the kitchen, and each time, I'd find nothing to explain it. At one point, I decided to try an experiment. I took a piece of paper from a notebook and placed it on the floor in front of the door, thinking if there was some kind of draft causing this, the paper would move. The door opened and closed 3 more times, and that paper didn't so much as flutter. By this point, Kyle was clearly getting annoyed with my obsession. "Dude, we told you this place is haunted. Can we just go back to hanging out?" But I couldn't let it go. The logical part of my brain was short-circuiting, trying to find an explanation. "What about those dolls you mentioned?" I asked Jason. "Have they moved today?" Jason shrugged. "I haven't been watching them. They don't do it all the time. Sometimes I just notice that they're facing different directions when I come into the room." I went back to the living room and stared at the dolls in the display case. They looked exactly as they had when I arrived. Their dead glass eyes staring emptily, their painted-on smiles frozen in time. As we sat there, I heard the faint sound of a tinkling melody coming from somewhere in the house. It was barely audible, like a music box playing in a distant room. "There it is," Jason said quietly. "The music box. Hear it?" I did hear it, and my skin crawled. It was a simple, childlike melody that I couldn't quite identify, playing so softly it was almost at the threshold of hearing. "Where's it coming from?" I asked, getting to my feet. "It moves around," Kyle said, not looking up from his phone. "Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from the hallway, sometimes the spare bedroom. We've searched the whole house. There's no music box." I walked around, trying to locate the source of the music. It seemed to fade in and out, never getting louder when I approached any particular area. After a few minutes, it stopped altogether. We spent a few more hours at the house, and the door continued its inexplicable behavior. It would stay quiet for 20 or 30 minutes, then suddenly open and close as if someone had just walked through it. The music never returned during my visit, and the dolls remained stationary. But that door was enough. As the sun began to set, I told the guys I needed to head home. The truth was, I couldn't take it anymore. Every time that door opened, I felt a cold knot in my stomach. Every rational explanation I could think of had been eliminated. "You believe us now?" Jason asked as I was leaving. "I don't know what I believe," I answered honestly, "but something's definitely not right with that door." On the walk home, I tried to make sense of what I'd witnessed. I still wasn't ready to say it was a ghost or anything supernatural, but I also couldn't explain how a door could repeatedly open and close itself with such deliberate motion, with no discernible cause. I went back to Jason's grandmother's house a few more times that summer. The door continued its strange behavior, though less frequently. I never did see the dolls move, but twice more I heard that distant music box playing from nowhere. Jason moved back with his parents when school started again in the fall. Whatever was in that house, he left it behind. Sometimes we'd talk about it, trying to make sense of what happened, but we never could. It's been over a decade now, and I still think about that door. I've read about all kinds of phenomena that could explain it. Changes in air pressure, structural settling, even psychological suggestion. But none of those explanations fit what I saw that day. That door moved like someone was using it, like someone was walking through it, someone we couldn't see. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was dangerous or just there. But whatever it was, it wanted us to know it was present, and it succeeded, because to this day, I still check behind doors when I enter a room alone. I still feel a chill when I hear a door open when no one should be there, and I still lie awake sometimes, wondering who or what was coming through that door in a small house in Georgia all those years ago. I've never been the kind of person who believes in the paranormal. Ghost stories, spirits, doppelgangers. Those were always just stories to me. I'm a practical person. I work in accounting, for God's sake. My life revolves around numbers that add up, systems that make sense. At least that's how it was until 3 months ago, when something happened that I still can't explain. I live in a fairly standard 2-story house in a quiet suburb with my fiancé Mark and my son Tyler, who's 8. We also have 3 cats, Jasper, Gray, Pumpkin, Orange, and Midnight, a brown and black tabby. Anyone with cats knows they essentially run the household, and mine are no exception. They've trained me to feed them between 3 and 5 in the morning, and I always comply like the obedient human I am. That night started like any other. I'd gone to bed around 11 after watching some mindless reality show with Mark. He fell asleep immediately. The man could sleep through the apocalypse, while I tossed and turned. I've struggled with insomnia lately, probably stress from work. Our company was going through layoffs, and even though my position seemed secure, the anxiety was getting to me. I must have drifted off eventually, because I remember waking up to Pumpkin's paw batting at my face. I glanced at the bedside clock, 3:37 a.m., right on schedule. I groaned and slid out of bed, careful not to wake Mark. The bedroom was cold. We'd been having an unusually chilly spring, and I shivered as my feet hit the hardwood floor. Our bedroom is at the end of the upstairs hallway. To get downstairs, I had to pass Tyler's room, the bathroom, and the guest room. I didn't bother turning on any lights. After 3 years in this house, I could navigate it blindfolded. There was enough ambient light from the street lamps outside filtering through the blinds that I could make out shapes and avoid bumping into things. Pumpkin led the way, trotting ahead of me down the stairs, his orange tail held high like a banner. I followed, holding onto the railing. The steps creaked under my weight. The 3rd step from the bottom always makes the loudest noise. I remember thinking I should get that fixed someday. When I reached the kitchen, all 3 cats were already there, lined up at their food bowls along the wall near the sliding glass door to the backyard. This was normal. They always seemed to materialize for feeding time, no matter where they'd been sleeping. Jasper was meowing impatiently. Pumpkin was doing his little dance where he weaves between my legs, and Midnight was sitting perfectly still, staring up at me with those intense yellow-green eyes. Something about Midnight caught my attention that night. Maybe it was the way she was sitting. Too rigid, too still. Cats can be statues when they want to be, but there was something off about her posture and her eyes. They seemed to reflect more light than usual, glowing a bit too brightly in the dim kitchen. I shook off the feeling. It was the middle of the night, and I was exhausted. My mind was playing tricks on me. I grabbed the bag of cat food from the pantry and started scooping it into their bowls. Jasper pushed his face into his food before I'd even finished pouring. Pumpkin waited until I set the scoop down, then started eating at a more dignified pace. I always give each cat a quick pat after feeding them. It's just part of our routine. I reached down to pet Jasper, running my hand along his soft gray fur. Then I patted Pumpkin's head, feeling his rumbling purr. But when I went to pet Midnight, something stopped me. A cold feeling washed over me, raising goosebumps on my arms. Every instinct screamed not to touch her. I pulled my hand back, confused by my own reaction. Midnight didn't seem to notice, focused entirely on her food. I stood there for a moment, staring at her. Her fur looked normal, the familiar pattern of dark brown and black that gave her her name. Her size was right. Everything about her appearance matched the cat I'd had for 4 years. But something just felt wrong. I decided I was being ridiculous. I was tired, stressed, and letting my imagination get the better of me. I put the cat food away and headed back toward the stairs, eager to get back to bed and hopefully catch a couple more hours of sleep before my alarm went off. I was about halfway up the staircase when I felt it, that prickling sensation on the back of your neck when you're being watched. The hairs on my arms stood up again. I glanced up toward the landing, and there was Midnight, my Midnight, my brown and black tabby cat. She was just coming out of Tyler's bedroom and heading in my direction, probably to go downstairs for her food. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Midnight was upstairs, but Midnight was also downstairs, eating from her bowl. I had just seen her not 30 seconds ago. I gripped the railing so hard my knuckles turned white. Midnight, the upstairs one, paused at the top of the stairs and looked down at me. She meowed once, a normal, familiar sound. Then she continued past me, trotting down the stairs toward the kitchen. I turned to watch her go, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I looked back up, the landing was empty. No other cats, no shadowy figures, nothing out of the ordinary, just the dark hallway leading to the bedrooms. My first coherent thought was that I must have miscounted. Maybe I'd only seen 2 cats in the kitchen, not 3. Maybe Midnight had been upstairs the whole time, and I'd mistaken one of the other cats for her in the dim light. But no, I distinctly remembered seeing all 3, gray Jasper, orange Pumpkin, and brown-black Midnight. I stood frozen on the stairs, afraid to go up, afraid to go down. The logical part of my brain was desperately trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe there was a stray cat that had somehow gotten into the house, but it would have had to look exactly like Midnight, which seemed impossible. Maybe I was sleepwalking or hallucinating from lack of sleep. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I forced myself to continue up the stairs. Each step felt like I was moving through molasses. When I reached the top, I quickly glanced down the hallway to make sure it was empty, then practically ran back to our bedroom and shut the door. Mark was still asleep, snoring softly. I climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to my chin, my whole body trembling. I kept thinking about how I'd almost touched whatever that thing was downstairs. Whatever had been pretending to be my cat. I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me flinch, the house settling, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing outside. I kept staring at the bedroom door, half expecting it to open and reveal what? A shadow shaped like my cat. Something worse. When the first light of dawn finally began filtering through the blinds, I felt myself relax just a little. Somehow, the daylight made everything seem less terrifying, more explainable. I got out of bed as soon as it was light enough to see clearly and went to check on Tyler. He was sound asleep, one arm flung over his head, breathing deeply. Nothing seemed out of place in his room. I went downstairs, turning on every light as I went. The kitchen looked normal. The cat's food bowls were empty, as usual. And there, curled up on the window seat in the living room, were all three cats, Jasper, Pumpkin, and Midnight. Just one Midnight. She lifted her head when I entered the room, blinked at me sleepily, then went back to napping. I stood there staring at her, my heart still racing. She looked completely normal, just my regular cat. When Mark got up, I told him what had happened. He looked concerned, but not about the possibility of a shadow cat. He was worried about me. "Honey, you've been stressed and not sleeping well," he said, rubbing my shoulder. "You were probably half asleep and got confused in the dark." "I know what I saw," I insisted, but even to my own ears, I sounded uncertain. In the bright light of morning, with everything so normal, it was hard to hold on to the certainty of what I'd experienced. Mark suggested I make an appointment with my doctor to discuss the insomnia, and I agreed just to appease him. But I know what I saw wasn't a dream or a hallucination. For the next week, I didn't get up to feed the cats when they woke me. Instead, I'd nudge Mark until he groaned and got up to do it. I made excuses, that I wasn't feeling well, that I had an early meeting the next day. He complained, but did it anyway. I also installed a nightlight in the hallway and on the stairs. Mark thought it was for Tyler, but it was for me. I couldn't bear the thought of walking through our house in the dark again. Eventually, I had to resume the early morning feedings. Mark had an important presentation at work and needed his sleep. So at 4:12 a.m., when Pumpkin pawed at my face, I reluctantly got out of bed. This time, I turned on every light as I went. The hallway light, the stair light, the kitchen lights. The cats blinked in the sudden brightness, but lined up at their bowls as usual. I fed them, watching Midnight carefully. She ate normally, cleaning her whiskers afterward, just like she always did. I forced myself to reach out and pet her. Her fur felt normal under my hand, warm and soft. She purred and rubbed against my leg. Nothing unusual happened that night, or any night since. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if stress and exhaustion created a waking nightmare that felt real. But then I remember the cold dread I felt when I almost touched the cat in the kitchen. I remember the absolute certainty that something was wrong. And I remember looking up the stairs to see Midnight coming out of Tyler's room when she couldn't possibly have been there. I still feed the cats in the early morning, but I always turn on the lights now. And I always count them carefully, making sure there are only 3. Sometimes, when I'm home alone during the day, I'll notice Midnight staring at nothing, her tail twitching, her eyes following something I can't see. Cats do that all the time, I know. It's probably just a dust mote or a fly. But sometimes I wonder if she's watching another shadow cat, one that looks just like her. And I wonder if it's still in our house, waiting for another opportunity to pretend to be something it's not. I don't know what would have happened if I'd touched it that night. I don't want to know. Some nights, I still wake up suddenly, feeling watched. I tell myself it's just my cats wanting to be fed, but I always check to make sure there are only 3 of them. It's been 3 months since that night, and I still sleep with the lights on. My husband thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he didn't experience what I did. I've been lurking here for weeks, reading other people's experiences, trying to make sense of what happened to me. I guess it's finally time to share my own story. It started on a completely ordinary Tuesday in April. My husband Mike was away on a business trip to Chicago, so I had the house to myself for the week. I work from home as a graphic designer, and I'd spent most of the day finishing up a logo for a new client. By evening, I was exhausted but satisfied with my work. Around 9 p.m., I decided to call it a night. I had my usual bedtime routine: shower, brush teeth, moisturize, the works. I even changed the sheets since Mike wasn't there, and I could spread out across the whole bed. I remember distinctly putting on my favorite pillowcases, the dark blue cotton ones my mom got us last Christmas. They're super soft, and I always sleep better on them. I set my alarm, put my phone on the charger, and crawled into bed. I fell asleep almost immediately. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I woke up. Not gradually, not drifting awake. I was suddenly, completely conscious. I didn't know why at first. The house was silent. No sounds from outside, no weird creaks from the heating system. Just stillness. I reached over to check my phone, and that's when I felt it. The pillow under my head felt different. The texture wasn't right. It felt rougher, like the pillow was bare. I sat up and turned on my bedside lamp. The blue pillowcase was gone. Just gone. The pillow was completely naked, showing its striped, ticking fabric. I was confused. Had I dreamed putting the case on? No, I definitely remembered doing it. I have this habit of smoothing out the corners just so. I figured maybe it had slipped off somehow, though that had never happened before. I checked under the pillow, behind the headboard, under the bed. Nothing. I even checked if it had somehow gotten tangled in the sheets or duvet cover. Nope. At this point, I was annoyed, but not scared. I thought maybe I was more tired than I realized when I made the bed and had only imagined putting the case on this particular pillow. So I went to the linen closet in the hallway to grab another pillowcase. When I opened the closet door, I froze. There, sitting on top of the stack of fresh towels, was a pillowcase. But not just any pillowcase. It was my dark blue pillowcase, the one that should have been on my pillow. I stood there staring at it for what felt like forever. How the hell did it get there? I live alone when Mike is away. No one else had been in the house. I hadn't opened this closet since Sunday when I put away the clean towels. I grabbed the pillowcase with shaking hands and went back to the bedroom. As I approached my bed, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The pillow on the other side of the bed, Mike's pillow, now had a dark blue pillowcase on it. The exact same one I was holding in my hand. I stopped breathing for a second. I looked down at the pillowcase in my hands, then at the identical one on Mike's pillow. They were the same, exactly the same. The little tag in the seam, the slightly faded corner from washing, identical. I dropped the pillowcase I was holding like it had burned me. This wasn't possible. I only owned 2 of these pillowcases, one for my pillow and one for Mike's. And now I was looking at a third one. I backed away from the bed, my heart hammering in my chest. I grabbed my phone to call Mike, but it was only 3:22 a.m. He would be asleep, and I didn't want to freak him out when he was 800 miles away. What would I even say? Hey, honey, our pillowcase duplicated itself? He'd think I was having a nervous breakdown. I decided to investigate. I approached the bed again and reached out to touch the pillowcase on Mike's pillow. It felt real. The fabric was the same cool cotton. I picked up the one I'd dropped on the floor, also real. I went back to the linen closet to see if maybe I'd forgotten we had more of these pillowcases. I searched through every shelf. We had other sets, the white ones with the tiny flowers, the striped ones, the plain cream ones, but only 2 dark blue ones. At least, that's what I thought until tonight. I couldn't get back to sleep. I sat on the edge of the tub in the bathroom, as far from the bed as I could get without going downstairs. I kept trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe I bought more and forgot. No, I clearly remembered Mom giving us just the one set with 2 pillowcases. Maybe there was an intruder who, what? Brought an identical pillowcase to my house and played a weird prank? That made even less sense. When the sun started to come up around 6 a.m., I felt brave enough to go back to the bedroom. Everything looked normal in the daylight. I picked up both pillowcases and examined them carefully. They were identical in every way. I even found a tiny bleach stain on the inside seam of both, a mistake I'd made when washing them a few months back. I decided I was too tired and had imagined the whole thing. I put one pillowcase on my pillow and the other on Mike's, then tried to get a couple more hours of sleep before work. I managed to doze off eventually. When I woke up again around 9 a.m., I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing, but then I saw it. The 3rd pillowcase, folded neatly on my dresser where I'd left it. I called in sick to my client meeting. I couldn't focus. I spent the morning going through old receipts and order confirmations in my email, trying to find evidence that I'd purchased more than one set. Nothing. I even called my mom. Mom, do you remember those dark blue pillowcases you got us for Christmas? Of course, honey. The ones from that little boutique downtown. Why? Is something wrong with them? No, they're great. I was just wondering, how many did you give us? Just the set of 2 like you asked for. Is one missing? No, actually, the opposite. I didn't elaborate. I couldn't. I spent the rest of the day trying to distract myself. I cleaned the house, watched Netflix, called a friend for lunch. Normal stuff. But I couldn't stop thinking about those pillowcases. That night, I was determined to solve the mystery. I decided to set up my laptop to record my bedroom while I slept. I put one pillowcase on my pillow, one on Mike's, and deliberately placed the 3rd one in the linen closet. I checked that my camera was working, then went to bed. Despite my anxiety, I eventually fell asleep. I woke up naturally around 7 a.m., feeling more rested than I expected. My first thought was to check the recording. 5 hours of footage showed absolutely nothing unusual. Just me sleeping peacefully, occasionally turning over. No movement from the pillowcases, no shadowy figures, nothing. I went to check the linen closet. The 3rd pillowcase was exactly where I'd left it. I felt relieved. Maybe I had been too tired the other night and imagined the whole thing. I went about my day feeling better. I managed to finish my design project and even cooked a proper meal instead of ordering takeout. I talked to Mike on the phone, but didn't mention anything about pillowcases. He'd be home in 2 days anyway. That night I decided to do one more test. I put one pillowcase on my pillow and placed the other 2 in the linen closet, making sure they were stacked neatly. I set up my laptop to record again and went to sleep. I woke up at 3:17 a.m., exactly 3:17, just like before. The camera was still recording, but the screen had gone black. When I touched the keyboard, nothing happened. The laptop had completely shut down, despite being plugged in. And when I turned on the lamp, I saw it. All 3 pillowcases were now on the bed. One on my pillow, one on Mike's, and one laid out perfectly flat in the center of the bed, as if an invisible pillow were underneath it. I scrambled out of bed so fast I nearly fell. This couldn't be happening. I hadn't moved them. I know I hadn't. I ran to the linen closet, empty of pillowcases, just as I feared. When I returned to the bedroom, shaking and on the verge of tears, I forced myself to look at the bed again. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. On the pillowcase in the center of the bed, there was a small, damp spot. I reached out with a trembling hand to touch it. It was wet and warm, like someone had just been crying on it. I lost it. I grabbed my phone and car keys and ran out of the house in my pajamas. I drove to the nearest 24-hour diner and sat there until morning, drinking cup after cup of mediocre coffee, trying not to fall apart in public. When daylight came, I felt brave enough to go home. I brought a friend with me. I told her I thought I'd heard an intruder. We checked the house together, but everything looked normal. The 3 pillowcases were still on the bed, but the damp spot had dried, leaving no trace. I threw all 3 pillowcases in the trash that day. I couldn't bear to look at them anymore. I bought new ones, a completely different color and pattern. Mike came home the next day, and I tried to act normal. I didn't tell him anything. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound completely insane? For a few weeks, everything was fine. I started to think maybe I had experienced some weird sleep disorder or stress-induced hallucination. Then last week, I opened our dresser to put away laundry. In Mike's drawer, neatly folded between his t-shirts, was a dark blue pillowcase, identical to the ones I'd thrown away. I haven't told anyone until now. Mike still doesn't know. I check the linen closet every night before bed. Sometimes I find a dark blue pillowcase there, sometimes in the laundry hamper. Once I found one in my car, on the passenger seat. I throw them away every time, but they keep coming back, always the same dark blue color, always with that tiny bleach stain on the inside seam. Last night I woke up at 3:17 a.m. again. The pillowcase from my pillow was gone, but I could feel something pressed against my cheek. When I reached up to touch my face, my fingers came away damp, like I'd been crying in my sleep. I turned on the light. The pillowcase was back on the other side of the bed, Mike's side. He slept through it all. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why. All I know is that something impossible is occurring in my house and I can't explain it. I can't stop it, and I'm terrified of what might happen next. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I losing my mind? I don't know how much longer I can pretend everything is normal. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened yesterday. I've barely slept. Every time I close my eyes, I see that screen and those weird letters. I need to get this all down while it's fresh. So, I'm 18, and golf has been my thing since I was a kid. My grandfather Robert got me into it. He's been playing for like 40 years. We have this standing tea time every Sunday at Glenforth Hills Country Club where we live. Nothing special about yesterday at first. Clear skies, little wind, perfect conditions. We played our usual round, me, my grandfather, and this older guy, Bill, who we sometimes pair with. Normal day, I was even playing pretty well for once, shot an 83. After we finished, we did our usual post-round beers on the patio. Well, soda for me, since the bartender knows I'm underage. We talked about my slice on the 7th that somehow turned into my best drive of the day. Just normal golf talk. Around 5:30, we headed to the parking lot. Grandpa had driven us in his Volvo, and I'd left my street shoes in the trunk before we played. When we got to the car, I popped the trunk to change out of my golf shoes. My shoes were tucked in the back corner where I'd left them, but there was something else there I didn't recognize at first. It was in the corner of the trunk, partially hidden by my grandfather's rain jacket. I reached for it and immediately felt my stomach drop. It was a Garmin Approach G6 rangefinder, literally identical to the one my grandfather and I share. Same color, same model, same everything. Now these things aren't cheap. They run between $300, $400 new, and even used ones go for at least $200. My first thought was that Grandpa had bought a second one as a surprise, since we're always passing ours back and forth during rounds. Maybe an early birthday gift or something. I took the rangefinder and walked over to where Grandpa was loading his clubs into the trunk. "Hey, thanks for the new rangefinder," I said, holding it up. He looked at me with complete confusion. "What are you talking about, Cam?" "This?" I held it up. "The extra Garmin. Did you get it off eBay or something?" He shook his head. "I didn't buy another rangefinder. Where'd you find that?" "It was just sitting in your trunk." "That's not possible," he said, frowning. "Maybe you left yours in there last time." I immediately checked my golf bag, and there, hanging from the little carabiner clip where it always is, was our rangefinder, the one we'd been using all day. I held both devices side by side, and they were absolutely identical. Same black and gray coloring, same scuffs on the corners from being dropped, same everything. I showed both to my grandfather, and he just stood there staring. "That doesn't make any sense," he said finally. Bill had already left, so it was just us in the parking lot trying to figure this out. My grandfather suggested someone might have mistakenly put it in our car thinking it was theirs, but our Volvo was the only one in that section of the lot, and we always park in the same spot way at the end. Plus, who just leaves a $300 device behind? I decided to turn the duplicate on to see if there was any identifying information. That's when things got truly weird. The device powered up, but the screen kept flashing and glitching out. The GPS couldn't acquire a signal, which was odd, because we were standing outside with clear skies. Our regular one worked perfectly when I checked it for comparison. The strange unit had some minor scratches on the screen that weren't on our original one, but otherwise looked nearly identical. The battery showed 100% charge, which was also weird because our actual unit was down to about 40% after our round. I started digging through the menus to see if I could find any clues about who it belonged to. In the history section, I found a list of courses, but they were courses I barely recognized. There was Pine Valley Golf Resort, which I think is in New Jersey, Royal County Down, which I'm pretty sure is in Ireland, and a bunch of others I'd never heard of. Some of the names didn't even sound like real golf courses. One was just listed as Northfield Sector. The weirdest part was the timestamps. One course showed continuous use for 23 hours straight, which is impossible since these units only have about 15 hours of battery life max. Another showed it being used at 3:42 a.m., which makes no sense because you can't play golf in the pitch black. And several courses showed overlapping times, like it had somehow been used at two different locations simultaneously. My grandfather was looking over my shoulder as I scrolled through this bizarre history. "Those aren't places I've ever played," he said, "and I've certainly never golfed at 3 a.m. I went deeper into the menus, looking for anything that might explain what was going on. Under the My Clubs section, where you can record how far you hit each club, there was only one entry. It wasn't labeled as a club name, just a string of uppercase letters. OL Small Talks, just that. Nothing else, no distances, no other information. "What the hell does that mean?" I asked my grandfather. He shook his head slowly. "I have no idea." We stood there in the parking lot for almost 30 minutes, trying to make sense of it. I checked every menu, every setting. There was no name, no email, nothing to identify who it belonged to. Just this bizarre history of impossible golf rounds and that cryptic string of letters. My grandfather suggested we turn it into the pro shop in case someone came looking for it, but I had this weird feeling about the whole thing. It wasn't just that we'd found a duplicate of our exact rangefinder. It was that this duplicate seemed wrong somehow, like it existed in some way that didn't quite align with reality. "Let me keep it overnight," I told him. "I'll do some research. Maybe I can figure out who it belongs to." On the drive home, I kept turning the device over in my hands. It felt slightly heavier than ours, though maybe that was just my imagination. The buttons had the exact same feel when pressed, same texture on the rubberized grip. Even the little scratch on the back from when I dropped ours on the cart path last summer was there, in the exact same spot. When we got home, I immediately went to my room and put both rangefinders side by side on my desk. I took photos comparing them from every angle. They were indistinguishable except for those few small screen scratches on the duplicate. I tried the duplicate rangefinder again, and this time, something even stranger happened. When I turned it on, instead of the usual Garmin startup screen, it showed a black screen with white text that read, "System divergence detected, timeline integrity, 87.3% attempting reconciliation." The screen flashed several times, then went completely dark. When I turned it back on again, it was back to the normal startup screen, but the glitching was worse. The map view was distorted, showing what looked like Glenforth's course layout, but wrong. The holes were in different places. The clubhouse was on the east side instead of the north. It was like looking at a twisted mirror version of the course I'd just played. I tried showing my parents when they got home from their dinner out, but they just suggested someone had modified the device or that it was a knockoff. They didn't understand why I was so freaked out, but they hadn't seen what I'd seen. They hadn't felt that weird heaviness or seen that bizarre error message or noticed how perfectly identical it was to our unit. I spent hours last night researching online. I looked up the model number, checked for hidden developer menus, tried to decode that strange string of letters. Nothing made sense. I even tried entering those letters, old Smalltalks, as coordinates into Google Maps, but it just gave me an error. At around 2 a.m., I started feeling really uneasy. Call it paranoia, but I swear I could hear the duplicate rangefinder making faint clicking sounds from inside my desk drawer where I'd put it. Tiny, irregular clicks like some kind of code. I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the drawer and took it out. The screen was off, but the device felt warm, like it had been running. I turned it on, and this time, instead of the glitchy course maps or error messages, there was just a single line of text. Cameron Walsh, variant detected, my full name, right there on the screen. I nearly dropped the thing. How the hell did it know my name? I'd never entered it. Our original rangefinder doesn't have my name in it either. We never set up the personal profile. I shut it off immediately and put it in my sock drawer, buried under a bunch of clothes. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Around 3 a.m., I heard my phone buzz with a text. It was from an unknown number, and all it said was, "OL Smalltalk Sex." The exact same letters from the rangefinder. I blocked the number immediately and turned my phone off completely. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up around 9 a.m. The first thing I did was check my sock drawer. The rangefinder was still there, but it was different. The case had changed color. It was now blue instead of black. The model was still a Garmin Approach G6, but it was clearly a different unit than what I'd put there last night. I turned it on with shaking hands. The startup screen appeared normal, no glitches. It asked me to set up a new device, like it had been factory reset. I went through the menus, and everything looked standard. No strange course history, no bizarre timestamps, no cryptic messages. But when I got to the Set User Name screen, there was already text in the field. Cameron Walsh, Prime. I didn't enter this. I never got to this stage in the setup. It was just there. And what did Prime mean? I'm sitting here now, looking at both rangefinders, our original one and this blue one that replaced the black duplicate. The blue one works perfectly normal now, except for that username I can't delete or change. I've tried calling the pro shop at Glenforth, but they haven't had any reports of missing rangefinders. I don't know what happened yesterday. I don't know how an exact duplicate of our rangefinder appeared in my grandfather's trunk, or how it knew my name, or what those letters mean, or why it changed overnight. I don't know why I got that text from an unknown number. I don't know anything. All I know is I can't stop thinking about that error message. System divergence detected, like something broke off from where it was supposed to be, and variant detected, like it found something that shouldn't exist, like me. I haven't told anyone else about this. They'd think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But as I sit here looking at these two devices, one familiar, one impossible, I can't shake the feeling that something fundamental has shifted in the world. Or maybe it's not the world that shifted. Maybe it's me. I don't know what to do with this blue rangefinder. I'm afraid to get rid of it, but I'm also afraid to keep it. All I know is that something impossible happened yesterday, and I can't explain it. I still haven't told many people about what happened last November because I sound crazy when I try to explain it. I'm not a person who believes in the paranormal or conspiracy theories or anything like that. I'm just a mom of 2 kids who writes novels in her spare time. But what happened that Thursday has been eating at me for months, and I need to get it off my chest. For context, I participate in National Novel Writing Month every November. It's this challenge where you try to write 50,000 words in 30 days. I take it pretty seriously and have this rigid routine to maximize my writing time while the kids are at school. I drop them off at 8:30, get home by 8:45, make hot chocolate, always with mini marshmallows. It's my little ritual. Then settle at my desk by 9 cow. I play this specific 4-hour thunderstorm video on YouTube that I've used for years. It's perfect white noise that helps me focus. Before starting each day, I quickly skim what I wrote the day before, then dive into the new chapter until lunchtime at 1 noir. This schedule is sacred to me during November. I've got it down to a science. My husband even joked that you could set your watch by my routine. That Thursday started differently. My doctor had finally squeezed me in for that physical I'd been putting off for months. The appointment was at 9:15, so I dropped the kids off and headed straight to the clinic. Nothing eventful happened there, just the usual poking and prodding and you should exercise more talk. I got home around 9:50, feeling a bit anxious about my delayed start. I hate deviating from my routine during writing month. Made my hot chocolate faster than usual and was at my desk by 10 das on the dot. I remember checking the time specifically because I was mentally calculating how many writing hours I still had before pickup. I pulled up YouTube and found my thunderstorm video in my favorites. It started with the usual ad for some meal delivery service that I skipped after 5 seconds. Then the video began with that familiar logo in the bottom left, this creator with a lightning bolt symbol I've seen hundreds of times. The rain sounds filled my office, and I settled in, pulling up my document. The chapter I was working on that day was giving me trouble. It was a pivotal scene where my main character discovers her husband's betrayal, and I wanted to get the emotions just right. I remember feeling like I was dragging each word out of my brain with tweezers. The sentences weren't flowing naturally, and I kept stopping to reread and revise. Time crawled by. I checked my phone a couple times, once at 11:20 when my mom texted about weekend plans, and again at 12:15 when my doctor's office called to follow up about a prescription. Each time I noted the time, thinking about how little progress I'd made given how long I'd been sitting there. By around 12:45, I'd finally gotten into a decent flow and was wrapping up the chapter. I was pretty pleased with myself for pushing through the block. I glanced at my phone, knowing my one alarm would go off soon for lunch. That's when I noticed the thunderstorm video had stopped playing. Instead, there was some ad for car insurance blaring from my speakers. I clicked back to YouTube, annoyed that an ad had interrupted my video. That's when I saw something that made no sense. My 4-hour thunderstorm video had ended. The next video in my playlist, a piano compilation, was playing. According to the progress bar, the thunderstorm video had completed and moved on. I felt disoriented, like when you wake up from an intense nap and don't know what day it is. I checked the time, 12:47 p.m. I had started the video at exactly 10:00 a.m. That's 2 hours and 47 minutes, but the video was 4 hours long. How could it have finished? My first thought was that I must have accidentally clicked on the wrong video, maybe a shorter storm sound version from the same creator. So I checked my history. Nope, it showed the exact 4-hour video I always use. I even clicked on it again to confirm. Same thumbnail, same creator, same formable duration clearly marked. I considered that maybe I'd somehow started the video partway through, but no. I distinctly remembered the beginning, the skip ad button, the creator's logo appearing in the first few seconds. I had started it from the beginning. I was 100% certain. My next thought was that YouTube had glitched and skipped ahead. But then why would my video history show that I'd watched the entire thing? And wouldn't I have noticed if the storm sounds suddenly changed or cut out? I sat there staring at my screen, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't fallen asleep. I had been actively writing. I could literally see the words I'd typed over the past 2+ hours. I hadn't zoned out or lost time. I remembered the entire writing session, including my text messages and that call from the doctor. The logical part of my brain kept trying to find explanations. Maybe the video creator had uploaded a new, shorter version under the same title. I searched for the video again and played the first few seconds. It was definitely the same one I'd been listening to for years, still marked as 4 hours. I even did the math multiple times. 10 hours to 12:47. That's 2 hours and 47 minutes. A 4-hour video cannot finish in 2 hours and 47 minutes. It's simply impossible. What freaked me out most wasn't that time had gone missing. It was the opposite. I was fully present and accounted for during those hours. I remembered everything I'd done. My document showed steady progress throughout the morning. Yet somehow, the video had played faster than it should have. I checked my computer's clock against my phone and the wall clock in my office. All showed the same time. I hadn't experienced any gaps in awareness or memory. I hadn't been in a trance. I'd been fully conscious, writing, texting, answering a phone call. But something was wrong with the time. I got up and paced around my office, that panicky feeling rising in my chest. I even went back and checked the word count on my document and compared it to the previous day's version. I'd written about 2,800 words, totally reasonable for a challenging 2.5-hour session. The whole thing made me feel like I was going crazy. How do you even begin to explain something like this to someone else? Hey, so I experienced time normally, but my YouTube video didn't? It sounds ridiculous. After my initial panic, I tried to be methodical. I pulled up my browser history to double-check exactly when I'd started the video. The timestamp confirmed 10:00 a.m. I looked through my text messages. There was my mom's text at 11:20. My call log showed the doctor's office at 12:15. Everything aligned with my memory. I even checked if my internet had gone out and somehow affected the video playback. Nope. Uninterrupted connection all morning according to my router logs. Besides, if my connection had dropped, the video would have buffered or paused, not sped up. Here's where it gets even weirder. I decided to test the video again. I started it over, watching the timer carefully. The minutes ticked by normally. 1 minute on the video took exactly 60 seconds of real time. I let it play for about 15 minutes, and everything was normal. The video wasn't somehow running at double speed. That afternoon, I picked up my kids from school as usual, made dinner, helped with homework, going through the motions while feeling like I was walking around with this bizarre secret. I couldn't focus on anything. That night, after the kids were in bed, I tried to explain it to my husband. "So you lost track of time while writing?" he asked, half paying attention while scrolling through emails on his phone. "No, that's the whole point," I insisted. "I didn't lose track of time. I was fully aware the entire time. I remember everything I did, but somehow a 4-hour video finished in less than 3 hours. He gave me that look, the one that says he thinks I'm overthinking something trivial. Maybe you clicked on the wrong video, or YouTube had a glitch, or your computer's clock is wrong. I showed him my browser history, the video duration. I explained how I remembered the beginning of the video, how I'd tracked my progress throughout the morning. He just shrugged. "Weird tech glitch," he concluded, turning back to his phone. But it wasn't a tech glitch. I've used computers my whole adult life. I know the difference between a buffering video and whatever this was. The next day, I tried to recreate the conditions exactly. Same time, same video, same hot chocolate. Everything played normally. 4 hours took 4 hours. I've tried it multiple times since then, and never once has it repeated. I've spent months trying to make sense of this. Was it just a bizarre, one-time YouTube error? Did I somehow experience some kind of personal time dilation where my perception slowed down while the world continued at normal speed? But that doesn't explain how I was able to interact normally with texts and calls during that time. I've looked online for similar experiences, and the closest things I can find are stories about missing time, people who lose hours with no memory of what happened. But my experience was the opposite. I didn't lose any time or memory. If anything, time itself seemed to compress around me while I remained unaffected. Maybe the strangest part is how ordinary everything else was about that day. No flickering lights, no strange figures, no ominous feelings. Just me, struggling through a difficult chapter, completely unaware that something impossible was happening simultaneously. I've mostly stopped talking about it now. My husband thinks I imagined it or misremembered something. My best friend suggested I was just in the zone while writing and misjudged time, despite all evidence to the contrary. Nobody seems to understand that the inexplicable part isn't what I experienced, but what the video experienced. It's been 5 months, and I still think about it almost daily. Sometimes I find myself staring at clocks, watching the seconds tick by, reassuring myself that time is moving as it should. I've become almost obsessive about tracking time, setting multiple alarms, checking timestamps on messages, noting when I start and finish tasks. Part of me hopes for it to happen again just so I can study it more carefully. Another part of me is terrified of that very possibility. What if next time it's not just a YouTube video? What if something more significant gets caught in whatever strange temporal bubble I experienced? I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't think I slipped into a parallel universe or that aliens tampered with my perception. But I also can't reconcile what happened with my understanding of how reality works. Time doesn't just compress for specific media while leaving a person untouched, yet it happened. I'm as certain of this as I am of my own name. A 4-hour video ended after 2 hours and 47 minutes, while I experienced those 2 hours and 47 minutes completely normally. I still use that same thunderstorm video when I write. Part of me watches the timer now, waiting to see if it happens again. It hasn't. But sometimes, when I'm deeply focused on my writing, I'll get this prickly feeling on the back of my neck, this sense that something is different about the quality of time around me. I'll quickly check the video timer against my phone clock, almost hoping to catch the discrepancy in action. So far, time has behaved itself, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever happened that Thursday wasn't a glitch or a mistake or a misremembered detail. Something truly inexplicable occurred in my ordinary suburban home office, and if it happened once, it could happen again. I don't have a neat explanation or a satisfying conclusion to offer. I just know what I experienced, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if time is more flexible than we realize, if it can stretch and compress around us without our knowledge. And that thought keeps me awake far longer than it should. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, unable to make sense of it, and honestly scared to tell anyone because it sounds completely insane. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened back in April. I had taken Friday off work to attend this movie event at a new cat cafe that opened up in downtown Ashford. I'm not usually one for these hipster places, but my friend Megan had been bugging me to check it out. They were doing some indie film screening with cats roaming around. Cute concept, I guess. Since parking downtown is always a nightmare, I got there about an hour early to make sure I could find a spot. I lucked out and found this free lot about 3 blocks from the cafe. It wasn't very big, maybe 30 spots total, with this circular layout around a little island with a couple of bushes in the middle. I specifically remember pulling in and thinking, perfect, because there was a spot right at the end of the row facing a scraggly bush. It was easy to remember because the bush had these little yellow flowers on it. I even did what my dad always taught me. I took mental note of my surroundings. The lot was bordered by a brick office building on one side and had this chain-link fence around the other sides. There was this big dumpster in the back corner, and the entrance was this narrow one-way thing with a faded sign that said 2-hour parking, 8 a.m., 6 p.m. I even remember checking the time, 1:17 p.m., and thinking I'd need to be back before 3:17 since I didn't want to risk a ticket, even though it was unlikely anyone was checking this small lot. I grabbed my purse, locked the car, a 2015 Honda Civic, nothing fancy, and headed toward the cafe. The walk was straightforward. Out of the lot, right on Maple Street, left on Pine, then another right on Main where the cafe was. I even remember texting Megan that I was walking over. The movie event was fine, nothing special. Some artsy film about climate change while cats occasionally walked across your lap. I left around 3:05, wanting to get back to my car before the 2 hours were up. I retraced my steps exactly. Right on Main, right on Pine, left on Maple. I knew exactly where I was going. When I got to the entrance of the parking lot, I immediately felt something was off. I walked in and looked to where I'd parked, the spot by the bush with yellow flowers. But my car wasn't there. My first thought was that I'd somehow misremembered where I parked, which is weird because I'm usually really good with that kind of thing. So I walked through the entire lot. Not a big deal. It was small. No Honda Civic. I thought maybe I'd mixed up which lot I'd used, so I walked around the block to check the other parking areas. Nothing. At this point, I was getting worried. I tried using my key fob to make the car beep, but nothing happened. I remembered the battery had been acting up lately. I'd been meaning to replace it. I went back to the original lot and walked through it again, row by row. Still nothing. I started to panic a little. I called Megan, who was still at the cafe, and she suggested I'd probably just forgotten where I parked. I told her I was absolutely certain, but I checked every lot within a 4-block radius anyway. No car. By now, I'd been searching for almost an hour. My feet hurt, I was getting frustrated, and I was starting to think my car had been stolen. I called my dad, trying not to sound too freaked out. He offered to pick me up, and we agreed to file a police report. While I waited for him, I went back to the original lot, the one with the yellow-flowered bush, and searched it a 5th time. I looked in every single space, even crouching down to check license plates of similar-looking cars, though I knew none of them were mine. I know what my car looks like, for crying out loud. It has that dent in the back bumper from when some jerk hit me in the grocery store parking lot, and the little pine tree air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. Dad arrived about 30 minutes later. He's always been practical, so he made me walk him through everything, where I'd parked, the route I'd taken to the cafe, all of it. Then he made me search the original lot with him again. By this point, I was almost in tears from frustration. I knew I had parked there. I'm not crazy, and I'm not the kind of person who forgets where they park. We went to the police station and filed a report for a stolen vehicle. The officer was sympathetic but not particularly concerned. She took down all the information, my car's description, license plate number, and told us they'd keep an eye out. Dad drove me home, and I spent the evening canceling plans for the weekend since I had no car. The next morning, Saturday, I got a call from the police department. They'd found my car, just like that. Found, not recovered or the thief has been apprehended, just found. The officer on the phone seemed confused about why I'd reported it stolen in the first place. He said it was parked legally in a lot downtown, not abandoned or anything suspicious. Dad and I immediately drove back downtown. I directed him to the original lot, the circular one with the yellow-flowered bush, but my car wasn't there. The officer had given us a location, which was supposedly only a couple of blocks away. We followed the directions and ended up at a completely different parking lot. This one was rectangular, much bigger, with straight rows of spaces and a big tree in the middle instead of bushes. And there was my car, parked facing east. I'd originally parked it facing west, in front of the tree instead of any bush. I felt like I was going insane. This wasn't the lot I'd parked in. It wasn't even similar. The original lot was small, circular, with the bushes in the middle. This one was at least 3 times larger, rectangular, with a completely different layout and a tree instead of bushes. Dad could tell I was freaking out. He asked what was wrong, and I tried to explain that this wasn't where I'd parked. He suggested maybe I was mistaken about the location, but I knew I wasn't. I described the original lot in detail, the brick building, the chain-link fence, the dumpster, the narrow entrance with the faded sign. This new lot had none of those features. It had a wide entrance with a proper parking payment machine, which wasn't even working according to a piece of paper taped to it, was surrounded by residential buildings, and had this massive oak tree in the center. When we got to my car, I half expected it to be damaged or broken into, but it looked perfectly normal. The doors were locked. Nothing seemed tampered with. I used my physical key to unlock it, since the fob battery was still dead, and we checked inside. Nothing was missing. My spare sunglasses were still in the console, the CDs in the glove box, even the $5 in quarters I keep for parking meters was untouched. I checked the odometer, thinking maybe someone had taken it for a joyride, but the mileage matched what I remembered from the day before. There were no signs of hot wiring or forced entry. The car started normally with my key. Dad was looking at me like I was crazy. He said, "Emily, are you sure you didn't park here? Maybe you got confused after the movie." But I wasn't confused. I know where I parked. I remember the yellow flowers on that bush. I remember checking my watch and thinking about the 2-hour limit. I remember the text I sent Megan while walking to the cafe. I remember all of it. The police report was closed as vehicle located, no evidence of theft. When I tried to explain to the officer that my car had somehow moved from one lot to another, completely different lot 3 blocks away, he gave me this look like I was trying to waste his time. He suggested that I must have been mistaken about where I parked initially. But I wasn't mistaken. I've gone back downtown since then, walked the route multiple times. The lots aren't similar at all. There's no way I could have confused them. And even if I somehow did have some kind of weird memory lapse, which I didn't, how would that explain my car facing a different direction? Or being parked in front of a tree when I specifically remember parking in front of a bush with yellow flowers? I've tried explaining this to a few people. Megan, my sister, even my therapist. They all have the same reaction. Sympathetic nods followed by subtle suggestions that maybe I was just confused or stressed that day. My therapist even asked if I'd been sleeping well or if I'd been under unusual pressure at work. But I know what happened, or rather, I know what didn't happen. I didn't park in that second lot. I didn't move my car. I didn't give my keys to anyone else. My car physically relocated from one parking lot to another without any logical explanation. The only theory I can come up with is that somehow, for some reason, reality glitched. Like my car literally teleported or shifted dimensions or something. I know how that sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were confused too. But I experienced it. It happened to me. I've spent hours researching similar experiences online. Some people talk about glitches in the Matrix, or parallel universes, or timelines somehow crossing over. I never believed in any of that stuff before. I'm pretty skeptical about paranormal things in general. But now, I don't know what to believe. What freaks me out the most is the randomness of it. Why my car? Why that day? Was it just some cosmic hiccup that happened to affect me? Or was there a reason? And could it happen again? What if next time it's not my car that disappears but me? I've started taking photos of where I park now. Every single time. I drop a pin on my phone's map app. I even bought one of those Bluetooth trackers to put in my car, though I'm not sure that would help if whatever happened happens again. These precautions probably seem ridiculous, but they help me feel a little more in control. It's been months, and I still get a knot in my stomach every time I park anywhere. I check and double-check my surroundings. Sometimes I'll walk back to my car during lunch breaks just to make sure it's still where I left it. The worst part is not having anyone believe me, having everyone think I just got confused about where I parked, like I'm some ditzy person who can't remember basic things. I'm not. I've never been that person. I've always been organized, detail-oriented. I notice things. I know what I experienced. My car disappeared from one parking lot and reappeared in another without any logical explanation. No one took it. No one moved it. It just glitched from one place to another, and I have no idea why or how it happened or if it will ever happen again. I still don't have an explanation for what happened last week, and it's driving me absolutely crazy. I've gone over every possible explanation, and none of them make any sense. I'm not normally the type to post stuff like this online, but I need to tell someone who won't just dismiss me as forgetful or think I'm making this up. This happened at Wellington University, where I'm currently in my junior year. I live in Westmore Hall with 2 roommates, Amber and Tara. My fiancé Matt doesn't attend Wellington, but lives about 20 minutes off campus and visits regularly. Last Thursday was unusually warm for October, like 75 degrees and sunny, which is pretty rare here. Matt and I decided to take advantage of the weather and go for a hike at Ridgeline Trail, which is this really nice nature preserve about 15 minutes from campus. It has these amazing views of the valley, especially with all the fall colors. This is where I need to be super clear about what happened with my student ID card, because I know what happened, even though it doesn't make sense. At Wellington, our student IDs are these plastic cards with a chip that we use for everything: getting into dorms, paying for meals, accessing the library, literally everything. Mine is attached to a dark blue Wellington lanyard, but I never wear it around my neck because I think it looks dorky. Instead, I always keep it in the designated card slot in my small black crossbody bag. It's the only thing I keep in that specific pocket, so I never confuse it with anything else. So Thursday around 2 p.m., Matt picked me up from campus. Right before we left, I realized my trash was full, so I grabbed the bag and took it to the dumpster behind our building. When I came back, I had to use my ID card to get back into the dorm building. You have to tap it on this scanner pad, and the door unlocks. I specifically remember doing this because the scanner was acting weird, and I had to tap it twice before the light turned green. We went up to my room, grabbed our water bottles, and headed out. I put my ID card back in its dedicated pocket in my crossbody bag. On the way to the trail, we stopped at Walgreens to get some snacks. I remember adjusting my bag while waiting in line and seeing my ID card in its pocket. At the trail, we hiked for about 2 hours. During that time, I only opened my bag twice, once to get some trail mix and once to grab my chapstick. Both times, I distinctly saw my ID card in its pocket. In fact, during the second time, it was sticking out a little, and I remember pushing it back into place so it wouldn't fall out. After our hike, we decided to grab some Jimmy John's for dinner and bring it back to my dorm to eat. We got back to campus around 6:30 p.m. When we pulled into the parking lot, I reached into my bag to get my ID card to let us into the building. It wasn't there. I immediately felt that rush of panic you get when something important is missing. I emptied my entire bag onto my lap: wallet, phone, chapstick, keys, everything, but no ID card. I checked all the pockets of my bag multiple times, even though I knew it should be in that specific card pocket. Matt suggested I might have dropped it on the trail, though I was absolutely certain I hadn't. I remembered seeing it and adjusting it in the pocket while we were hiking. But with no other explanation, we drove back to the trail entrance and walked around for about 30 minutes looking for it, checking the parking lot and the first quarter mile of the trail. Nothing. By now it was getting dark, so we gave up and headed back to campus. I texted my roommate Amber and asked if she could let us into the building since I didn't have my ID. She said she was about to leave for a study group, but could let us in before she left. When we got to my dorm, Amber let us in, and we went up to my room. Matt suggested I look around the room just to be sure I hadn't somehow left my ID there, even though I was 100% certain I had used it to get into the building before we left. This is where things get absolutely unexplainable. I walked into my room, and there, sitting on the small shelf above my desk, was my student ID card. The blue Wellington lanyard was neatly coiled around it. I froze. I literally couldn't move for a few seconds. It felt like my brain short-circuited. "What's wrong?" Matt asked, and I just pointed at my ID. That's impossible," I whispered. "That cannot be there." Matt looked confused. "Did you forget that you left it here?" "No, Matt. I used it to get back into the building after taking out the trash. I physically could not have left campus without it, and I saw it in my bag while we were on the trail. I literally touched it and adjusted it." I picked up the ID with shaking hands. It was definitely mine. My awkward freshman year photo, my name, everything. I flipped it over, half expecting to find something different or weird about it, but it was just my normal ID card. "Maybe one of your roommates found it and brought it back," Matt suggested, but that didn't make sense either. How would they have found it if I had it with me at the trail? And Amber hadn't mentioned anything about my card when she let us in. I immediately asked Amber if she or Tara had found my ID somewhere. "No, why would we have your ID?" Amber replied, looking genuinely confused. "Did you lose it?" I thought I did," I stammered, "but now it's here on my shelf." "Well, that's good, right?" She grabbed her backpack. "I've got to run to my study group. Glad you found it." And she left. Matt and I sat in my room, staring at the ID card like it was some kind of alien artifact. We went through every possible explanation. 1. Maybe I forgot I left it in my room? Impossible, because I physically used it to get back into the building after taking out the trash. 2. Maybe I had a second ID card? No, I only have one, and I'd remember if I had a backup. 3. Maybe my roommates found it and were playing a prank. But they seemed genuinely confused, and how would they have found it if it was with me at the trail? 4. Maybe someone found it, somehow knew it was mine, broke into my dorm, which would require an ID card, and left it there. Ridiculously unlikely. Nothing made sense. The only explanation was that somehow my ID card had teleported from my bag on the hiking trail back to my dorm room shelf, which is, of course, impossible. We even checked the card's electronic access history at the front desk the next day. According to their system, my card had been used to enter the building at 1:52 p.m. on Thursday, exactly when I came back from taking out the trash. It hadn't been used again after that. So the system confirmed what I already knew. I had used my card to enter the building before we left for our hike. I've spent the past week running through this over and over in my head. I've checked and rechecked every detail. I know what happened. I know my ID card was in my bag. I know I saw it while we were hiking. I know I adjusted it in the pocket so it wouldn't fall out. I know I couldn't have left it in my room because I used it to get into the building. But somehow, impossibly, it ended up on my shelf while I was miles away. I've been sleeping terribly since this happened. I keep my ID card in sight at all times now. I've checked my bag for holes. There aren't any. I've even wondered if I'm developing some kind of memory problem. But Matt confirms everything I remember about that day. The strangest thing is that everything else about that day was completely normal. It was just a nice day, a pleasant hike, and then this completely impossible thing happened that I cannot explain. There were no strange lights, no weird feelings, no lost time, no other objects disappearing or reappearing, just my ID card seemingly teleporting back to my dorm room. I now get this weird feeling every time I use my ID card, like it might disappear from my hand at any moment. I've also developed this habit of constantly checking my bag to make sure the card is still there. I've been too embarrassed to tell anyone else about this besides Matt. I mean, what would I even say? Hey, my ID card teleported. I'd sound insane, but I know what happened. I'm not misremembering. I'm not confused. I'm not making this up. The only term I could think of to describe it was that my card no-clipped through reality somehow, like when graphics in video games glitch and objects pass through solid walls. But that's supposed to be impossible in real life. I don't believe in the supernatural, but I don't have a logical explanation for what happened. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? An object just teleporting? Because I'm starting to question my own sanity, even though I know what happened. The card is sitting next to me as I type this. It looks completely normal, but every time I look at it, I get this chill down my spine. How did it get back to my room? Where was it when I was searching for it? How is this possible? I just want an explanation that makes sense, because right now I feel like I've witnessed something that shouldn't be possible, and it's seriously messing with my head. I catch myself staring at other objects now, wondering if they might suddenly disappear or appear somewhere else. What scares me most is that if this happened once, it could happen again. What if next time it's something more important than my ID card? What if it's my engagement ring, or my phone, or my keys? What if it's something bigger? Could a person no-clip through reality? I've found myself researching quantum physics and theories about reality, but nothing I've found offers a satisfying explanation. Most of it is way over my head anyway. It's been a week now, and I still have no answers. Just this creeping, unsettling feeling that reality isn't as solid as we think it is, that there are glitches in the system, and I happen to witness one. I keep my ID card in a zippered pocket now. I check it obsessively, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever caused this might happen again. I don't know what else to say. I just needed to tell someone who might believe me, or who might have experienced something similar. Because right now, I feel like I'm going crazy, even though I know exactly what happened. My ID card disappeared from my bag and reappeared in my dorm room while I was miles away, and I have absolutely no explanation for how or why. I was driving back from a work conference, eager to get home after a long week away. The sun was setting as I cruised down the lonely stretch of highway, surrounded by nothing but open fields and the occasional stand of trees. I had the radio on low, humming along absently to some old 80s tune. That's when I first noticed something was wrong with my car. There was a slight shuddering, barely perceptible at first. I tried to ignore it, hoping it was just my imagination. But over the next few miles, the shaking got worse. The engine started to sputter and lose power. My heart sank as I realized I was in trouble. I managed to pull over onto the narrow shoulder, just as the engine died completely. For a moment, I sat there in stunned silence. Then I grabbed my phone, praying I had signal. No such luck. Not a single bar. Of course. I popped the hood and got out to take a look, though I knew next to nothing about cars. The fading light made it hard to see much. I fiddled uselessly with a few wires and hoses, hoping against hope that I'd magically fix whatever was wrong. After a few minutes, I gave up and slammed the hood in frustration. That's when it really hit me how utterly alone I was out here. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving just a faint glow in the west. There were no streetlights, no houses or buildings in sight. Just empty fields stretching into the gathering darkness. I hadn't seen another car pass by since I'd broken down. I got back in the car, locking the doors. I tried the engine again, but it was completely dead. My options were limited. I could try to flag down a passing car, but traffic seemed non-existent on this road. Walking to find help seemed risky. I had no idea how far the nearest town might be. I decided to wait it out until morning. Surely some cars would come by eventually, right? I had some snacks and water. I'd be uncomfortable, but I could manage for one night. I texted my roommate to let her know the situation, hoping the message would go through once I had signal again. As full darkness settled in, an uneasy feeling began to creep over me. The silence was oppressive. No traffic noise, no distant sounds of civilization. Just the faint rustle of wind through the grass. I kept peering out the windows, straining to see anything in the pitch black beyond the car. After an hour or so, my eyes had adjusted enough to make out vague shapes in the moonlight. The empty field beside the road, the line of trees in the distance. As I stared out into the night, I started to imagine movement in the shadows, a darker patch of black that seemed to shift and flow. I blinked hard, telling myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. But the sense of being watched grew stronger. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there in the darkness, observing me. I rolled up the windows and double-checked that the doors were locked. I tried to distract myself by listening to the radio, but got nothing but static. I flipped through my phone, looking at old photos and messages, anything to keep my mind occupied. But my eyes kept being drawn back to the windows, searching the night. A few hours passed like this, with my paranoia steadily increasing. I was starting to feel claustrophobic in the car, but too scared to get out. My breath was coming faster, my palms sweaty on the steering wheel. That's when I heard it. A soft crunching sound, like footsteps on gravel. It was coming from behind the car. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The steps were slow, deliberate. They paused for a moment, then continued, moving around to the passenger side. I stayed perfectly still, eyes locked on the passenger window. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. For several long moments, there was only silence. Then 3 sharp knocks on the window. I nearly jumped out of my skin. A strangled yelp escaped my throat. With trembling hands, I fumbled for my phone and turned on the flashlight. I swung it towards the passenger window. For a split second, I saw a face pressed against the glass. Pale, gaunt features, dark, sunken eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. A mouth stretched in an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of sharp teeth. I screamed and dropped the phone, plunging the car back into darkness. I scrambled to find it, my hands shaking violently. When I finally got the light back on and pointed it at the window, there was nothing there. I swept the beam around the car, searching frantically for any sign of the figure. But there was no movement, no sound, just the empty night beyond the windows. I sat there for what felt like hours, clutching the phone, its harsh light my only defense against the darkness. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. It couldn't have been real. I must have dozed off and had a nightmare, or my frightened brain had conjured up an illusion. But I couldn't shake the bone-deep terror I'd felt in that moment. The absolute certainty that something inhuman had been right outside my car, separated from me by only a thin pane of glass. As the first pale light of dawn began to creep across the sky, I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. Whatever had happened in the night, surely I was safe now. I watched the sun slowly rise, feeling some of the paralyzing fear melt away. Once it was fully light out, I decided to try starting the car one more time before attempting to flag someone down. To my utter shock, the engine turned over immediately. It purred to life as if nothing had ever been wrong with it. I didn't question this miraculous recovery. I threw the car into drive and peeled out onto the highway, my tires squealing. I drove well over the speed limit all the way home, my hands clenched white-knuckled on the wheel. It's been weeks now, and I still can't explain what happened that night. I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head, a combination of exhaustion, fear, and an overactive imagination. But late at night, when I'm alone, I can still see those glowing eyes and that terrible grin. I find myself obsessively checking and rechecking that my doors and windows are locked. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again. That one night stranded on a lonely highway changed me forever. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I can hear footsteps approaching my bed, and in my nightmares I hear those 3 sharp knocks over and over again. The day started out perfect. Clear blue skies, a gentle breeze, and the promise of adventure on a new trail I'd been wanting to check out. I packed light, just bringing some water, trail mix, and my phone. In hindsight, I should have been way more prepared, but I figured it was just a day hike. How wrong I was. About an hour into the hike, I came across a little unmarked path branching off from the main trail. It looked intriguing, winding through a particularly lush and dense part of the forest. On impulse, I decided to explore it, thinking I'd only venture a short way before turning back. That split-second choice would prove to be a massive mistake. The path quickly became overgrown and hard to follow. Before I knew it, I'd lost sight of where I'd come from. I tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same, just endless trees and undergrowth in every direction. A knot of anxiety started to form in my stomach as I realized I had no idea where I was. I pulled out my phone, hoping to use GPS to navigate back to the trail. To my horror, there was no signal, not even one bar. Panic started to set in as the reality of my situation hit me. I was lost in the middle of nowhere with no way to call for help or find my way out. For what felt like hours, I stumbled through the forest, trying to find anything familiar. But the trees just seemed to close in around me, getting denser and darker. The quiet was eerie. No bird sounds, no rustling animals, just the pounding of my own heartbeat in my ears. As the day wore on, exhaustion and dehydration started to take their toll. My water was running low, and I had no idea how to find a safe source to refill. The forest floor was damp and treacherous, causing me to slip and fall multiple times. My clothes were torn and muddy, and I was covered in scratches from thorny bushes. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I heard voices in the distance. At first I was elated. Other people meant help, right? But as the voices got closer, my blood ran cold. These weren't the sounds of friendly hikers or park rangers. The tones were harsh and angry, punctuated by the metallic clicks of what could only be weapons being readied. I crouched behind a large tree, trying to make myself as small as possible. Through the foliage, I caught glimpses of a group of men. They were dressed in ragged, dirty clothes and carried an assortment of guns and crude weapons. My mind raced. Were they some kind of militia? Survivalists? Criminals hiding out in the woods? Whatever they were, they looked dangerous and definitely not happy about an intruder in their territory. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. I held my breath, praying they'd pass by without noticing me. But luck wasn't on my side. A twig snapped under my foot, and their heads whipped around in my direction. "Hey, who's there?" one of them shouted. "Come out now, or we'll start shooting." I was frozen in terror. If I ran, they'd surely catch me. If I revealed myself, who knows what they'd do. I was completely at their mercy. Trembling, I slowly stood up, hands raised. Please don't hurt me," I stammered. "I'm lost. I didn't mean to trespass." The men surrounded me, their weapons trained on my chest. The apparent leader, a grizzled man with a wild beard, stepped forward. "You shouldn't be here," he growled. "This is our land. We don't take kindly to outsiders." I tried to explain that I was just a hiker who'd gotten lost, but they weren't interested in my excuses. They started arguing amongst themselves about what to do with me. Some wanted to just chase me off, others had more sinister intentions. I stood there shaking, certain I was about to die alone in these God-forsaken woods. Just as the situation was about to boil over, we heard the sound of engines approaching. The men's faces paled. "Rangers!" one of them hissed. In an instant they melted back into the forest, leaving me standing there alone and confused. Moments later, 2 park ranger vehicles burst into the clearing. I've never been so relieved to see anyone in my life. I broke down in tears as they rushed to my aid, checking me for injuries and giving me water. As it turns out, my family had reported me missing when I didn't return on time. The rangers had been searching the area for hours. They were shocked to find me so far off the marked trails, in a part of the forest known to harbor dangerous individuals. The ride back to civilization was a blur. I was dehydrated, exhausted, and in shock from my ordeal. The rangers explained that there had been increasing problems with squatters and criminals using the remote parts of the forest as hideouts. They'd been trying to clear them out, but it was a vast area to cover. It's been months since that day, but I still have nightmares about being lost in those woods, surrounded by hostile strangers. I've replayed the events over and over, thinking about how differently things could have ended if the rangers hadn't shown up when they did. The experience has completely changed how I approach hiking and outdoor activities. I never go out without a fully charged phone, portable charger, paper map, compass, and emergency supplies, even for short trips. And I absolutely do not stray from marked trails, no matter how tempting an unexplored path might look. I'm sharing this story as a warning to others. Nature can be beautiful, but it can also be incredibly dangerous if you're not prepared. One wrong turn, one moment of overconfidence, and you can find yourself in a life-threatening situation. Always respect the wilderness, follow the rules, and never underestimate the importance of proper preparation. I'm eternally grateful to those park rangers for saving my life that day. But I know I'm one of the lucky ones. Not everyone who gets lost in those woods makes it out alive. So please, learn from my mistake. Stick to the trails, tell someone where you're going, and always be prepared for the worst. You never know when a simple hike might turn into a fight for survival. It was a crisp autumn morning when I set out on what was supposed to be a challenging but rewarding day hike through a remote section of national forest. The trail was overgrown and clearly hadn't seen much foot traffic in years, which only added to my excitement. I loved the feeling of discovering hidden places that few others had seen. As I made my way deeper into the dense woods, the canopy of trees grew thicker, casting the forest floor into an eerie twilight. The usual forest sounds, birdsong, rustling leaves, scurrying critters, seemed muffled and distant. An unsettling quiet settled over everything. That's when I first spotted it through a gap in the trees, the weathered gray boards of what looked like an old cabin. My curiosity was instantly piqued. I knew these woods were expansive, but I hadn't expected to find any structures out here. Surely it must have been abandoned long ago. As I approached, I could see just how dilapidated the cabin was. The roof was partially caved in, windows were smashed out, and vines crept up the walls. It looked like it hadn't been inhabited in decades. Still, something about it sent a chill down my spine. Every instinct told me to turn back, but my curiosity won out. The wooden porch creaked ominously under my feet as I made my way to the front door, which hung crookedly on rusted hinges. I had to squeeze through the partially open doorway, my backpack scraping against the rotting wood. The cabin's interior was dark and musty. Weak beams of sunlight filtered through holes in the roof and cracks between the wall boards, illuminating swirling dust motes. As my eyes adjusted, I began to make out the cabin's sparse furnishings: a rusty iron bed frame, a rotting wooden table, some broken chairs. Everything was coated in a thick layer of grime. That's when I noticed the first truly unsettling detail: dark reddish-brown stains on the torn mattress lying askew on the bed frame. With growing dread, I realized they were unmistakably old bloodstains. My heart began to race as I wondered what violent acts had occurred here. Against my better judgment, I continued exploring the cabin's single room. In one corner, I found a stack of old Polaroid photos scattered on the floor. With trembling hands, I picked one up, then immediately wished I hadn't. The image showed a young woman bound to a chair, her eyes wide with terror. I flipped through more photos, each one more disturbing than the last. Men and women in various states of captivity and torture. I dropped the photos and stumbled backward, my breath coming in ragged gasps. What kind of monster had lived here? How many innocent people had suffered and died in this godforsaken place? That's when I felt it, an oppressive, malevolent presence settling over the cabin. The air grew thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I became absolutely certain I was no longer alone. A low, guttural growl emanated from the shadowy corner behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but could see nothing in the gloom. Another growl, louder this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Panic exploded in my chest. I bolted for the door, no longer caring about squeezing through carefully. I slammed into the rotting wood with my full weight, splintering it open. As I tumbled onto the porch, I heard an inhuman roar of rage from inside the cabin. I scrambled to my feet and took off running as fast as my legs would carry me. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, not even trying to find the trail. All I knew was that I had to get as far away from that nightmarish place as possible. I ran until my lungs were on fire and my legs felt like jelly. Only then did I dare to stop and look back. The woods were silent once more. Whatever had been in that cabin didn't seem to have pursued me. But I couldn't shake the feeling of malevolent eyes watching me from the shadows. Shaking and on the verge of tears, I managed to find my way back to the main trail and practically sprinted back to my car. I peeled out of the trailhead parking lot, not even bothering to change out of my muddy hiking clothes. It's been months since that day, but I still have trouble sleeping. Every time I close my eyes, I see those horrifying photographs. I hear that inhuman growl. I feel that evil presence settling over me. I've tried to research the history of those woods to see if there are any records of an old cabin or of people going missing in the area, but I've found nothing concrete. Part of me wonders if I imagined the whole thing. if the isolation and creepy atmosphere caused my mind to conjure up those terrifying visions. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. Something unspeakably evil happened in that cabin, and whatever dark force still lingers there, I fear it isn't finished. I can only hope that no other unsuspecting hikers stumble upon that place of nightmares. As for me, I don't think I'll ever set foot in those woods again. I was on a solo road trip through the Midwest, driving for hours on lonely highways surrounded by endless cornfields. As the sun began to set, I realized I was running dangerously low on gas. I hadn't seen any signs of civilization for miles, and my GPS showed nothing nearby. Just as I was starting to panic, I spotted a small, dilapidated gas station up ahead. Relief washed over me as I pulled into the gravel lot. The place looked ancient and run down, with faded paint peeling off the wooden siding. A flickering neon open sign glowed weakly in the growing twilight. It wasn't exactly inviting, but I was desperate. As I got out to pump gas, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt off. The air was eerily still, without even the chirping of crickets or rustling of cornstalks. I tried to shake off my unease as I inserted my credit card, but the card reader just blinked, "Error." Great. I reluctantly headed inside to pay cash, a little bell tinkling as I pushed open the creaky door. The interior was dimly lit and musty. Shelves of dusty snacks and automotive supplies lined the walls. Behind the counter stood a gaunt old man with wild white hair, staring at me with piercing blue eyes. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. "Pump number 2, please." The old man didn't move, just kept staring. After an uncomfortable pause, he spoke in a raspy voice. "You shouldn't be here, stranger." A chill ran down my spine. "Excuse me?" "This ain't no place for outsiders after dark," he continued. "There's a curse on this land. Evil things roam these parts at night." I forced a nervous laugh. "Right. Look, I just need some gas and I'll be on my way." The old man shook his head solemnly. "It may already be too late. They know you're here now." Before I could respond, the bell above the door jangled. I turned to see 3 large, rough-looking men enter the store. They were dressed in grimy work clothes and had a menacing air about them. The leader, a hulking guy with a shaved head, locked eyes with me and grinned maliciously. "Well, well," he drawled. "Looks like we got ourselves a city boy." His companions chuckled darkly. I felt my heart rate spike. These guys clearly meant trouble. I stammered out, "I don't want any problems. I'm just passing through." "Oh, you got problems all right," the leader sneered, cracking his knuckles. "Nobody passes through our territory without paying the toll." I glanced desperately at the old cashier, but he just stood there impassively. The 3 men started to spread out, blocking my path to the exit. I backed away, hands raised. "Look, I'll give you whatever cash I have. Just let me leave." The leader laughed. "Oh, we'll take your cash, but that ain't going to be enough." He pulled out a wicked-looking hunting knife. "We're going to have some fun with you first." Panic seized me. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself, but I was trapped and outnumbered. Suddenly, the old cashier's voice rang out. "Run, boy! Out the back! Now!" Without hesitation, I bolted for the door behind the counter. I heard angry shouts and pounding footsteps behind me as I burst through into a dark hallway. There was another door at the end, moonlight shining through its window. I sprinted towards it, heart pounding. Just as I reached for the handle, I felt a hand grab the back of my shirt. I spun around to see the leader, his face contorted with rage. He swung the knife at me and I jerked back, feeling it slice across my arm. Ignoring the pain, I lashed out with a desperate punch that caught him in the jaw. He staggered back and I used the moment to wrench open the door and stumble outside. I found myself in an overgrown field behind the station. I could hear shouting from inside as I ran blindly through the tall grass. My lungs burned and my cut arm throbbed, but terror kept me going. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently. Just as I got the door open, I heard an engine roar to life nearby. Headlights suddenly illuminated me, and I saw a battered pickup truck speeding across the lot towards me. I dove into my car and jammed the key in the ignition, praying it would start. The engine sputtered once, twice, then roared to life. I slammed it in reverse and stomped on the gas, tires squealing as I fishtailed onto the highway. In my rearview mirror, I saw the truck barreling after me, gaining ground quickly. I pushed my old sedan to its limits, the speedometer creeping past 90, then 100. The truck was still there, but slowly falling behind. After several miles of terrified driving, I finally lost sight of my pursuers. But I didn't slow down or relax until I saw lights up ahead, a real gas station, bustling with normal travelers. As I pulled in, the adrenaline started to wear off. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely put the car in park. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. It felt like a nightmare, but the gash on my arm proved it was all too real. I never reported the incident to the police. Who would believe such a wild story? I tried to convince myself it was just some local thugs preying on travelers. But in the years since, I've never been able to fully shake the old man's words about curses and evil things. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, remembering those malevolent grins and that run-down gas station glowing in the twilight. I'll never know for sure what I stumbled into that night, but one thing's for certain. I'll never stop at a rural gas station after dark again. As I rounded a bend, my headlights illuminated a figure on the side of the road, a man with his thumb out, hitchhiking. Normally, I never pick up hitchhikers, especially not at night, but something made me slow down. Maybe it was the bone-deep weariness that had settled into my body after so many hours of solitary driving. Or maybe it was a momentary lapse in judgment, brought on by that same fatigue. Whatever the reason, I found myself pulling over before I could really think it through. The man jogged up to my passenger side door with a grateful smile. He looked to be in his mid-30s, with shaggy brown hair and several days' worth of stubble on his chin. His clothes were a bit ragged, but he seemed harmless enough. "Thanks so much for stopping," he said as he climbed in. "I've been out here for hours. Thought I might have to spend the night in a ditch." "No problem," I replied, though a part of me was already regretting the decision. "Where you headed?" "Just up to the next town, if you can take me that far," he said. "Name's Mike, by the way." "John," I said, not wanting to give my real name. "Nice to meet you, Mike." We drove in silence for a few minutes. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, but I could feel Mike studying me. The hairs on the back of my neck started to prickle. "So, what brings you out this way, John?" Mike finally asked. His tone was casual, but there was an odd intensity to it that set me on edge. "Just passing through," I said vaguely. "What about you? What did you out hitchhiking in the middle of nowhere?" Mike chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "Oh, you know how it is. Sometimes a man just needs to get away for a while. Start fresh somewhere new." I nodded non-committally, not wanting to pry, But Mike kept talking, his voice taking on a rambling quality that made me increasingly uneasy. Of course, starting fresh isn't always easy, is it? Can't ever really outrun your past. It has a way of catching up with you. I glanced over at him. His eyes had taken on a glassy, far-away look. "Guess that's true," I said cautiously. "You ever done something you regret, John?" Mike asked suddenly. "Something that keeps you up at night?" A chill ran down my spine. "Look, man, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not really one for deep conversations with strangers." Mike's head snapped towards me, his eyes suddenly sharp and alert. "No, that's a shame. I find strangers often make the best confidants. No judgment, you know, and no way to betray your secrets." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Every instinct was screaming at me that something was very wrong. I needed to get this guy out of my car. "Listen, I think maybe it's best if I let you out here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's a gas station about a mile up ahead. I can drop you there." Mike's hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. "Oh no, I don't think so," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "We're not done here, John. Not by a long shot." I tried to wrench my arm free, but his grip was like iron. With my other hand, I fought to keep the car steady on the road. "Let go of me," I shouted. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Mike's face twisted into a snarl. "Pull over, now." "Like hell I will," I spat back. He lunged at me then, trying to grab the wheel. The car swerved wildly as I fought to maintain control. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mike reach into his jacket. My blood ran cold as I caught the glint of metal, a knife. "I said pull over," he roared, brandishing the blade at me. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I stomped on the brakes hard, causing Mike to lurch forward. His grip on the knife loosened, and I took the opportunity to smack it out of his hand. It clattered to the floor by his feet. Mike howled in rage and lunged for my throat. His hands closed around my windpipe, cutting off my air. Spots danced in my vision as I clawed at his grip. With one hand, I fumbled for the door handle. Just as my vision started to go dark, my fingers found the latch. I threw my weight against the door, and we both tumbled out onto the asphalt. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but it also broke Mike's grip. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air. Mike was already up, advancing on me with murderous intent in his eyes. I backpedaled, searching desperately for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My foot hit something solid, a large rock by the side of the road. I scooped it up just as Mike rushed me. I swung with all my might, catching him on the side of the head. He went down hard. For a moment, I stood there panting, the rock still clutched in my shaking hand. Mike lay motionless on the ground. Panic set in. Had I killed him? I dropped to my knees, fingers frantically searching for a pulse. To my immense relief, I found one. He was just knocked out, but I knew he wouldn't stay that way for long. I staggered back to my car on unsteady legs. I had to get out of here, had to get help. As I reached for the door handle, headlights appeared on the horizon. Another car was approaching. I waved my arms frantically, praying they would stop. To my immense relief, the car slowed and pulled over. An older man peered out at me in concern. "You all right, son? You look like you've seen a ghost." The words came tumbling out in a rush. I told him everything, picking up the hitchhiker, the attack, knocking him out. The man's eyes widened as I spoke. "Jesus Christ," he muttered. "All right, get in. We'll head to the police station in the next town. It's not far." I hesitated, glancing back at Mike's prone form. But what if he wakes up? What if he gets away? The man reached into his glove compartment and pulled out a cell phone. "Here, call 911. Tell them exactly where we are. They can send someone to pick him up." With shaking fingers, I dialed and relayed our location to the dispatcher. They assured me officers were on the way. As we drove towards town, the adrenaline began to wear off. The reality of what had just happened hit me like a ton of bricks. I'd nearly been killed. If I hadn't managed to fight back, who knows what would have happened to me. The man, Bob was his name, kept shooting concerned glances my way. "You sure you're all right? Maybe we should take you to a hospital to get checked out." I shook my head. "No, I'm okay. Just shaken up. I just want to give my statement to the police and then sleep for about a week." Bob nodded in understanding. "Well, you're safe now. And you did good, fighting him off like that. A lot of people would have frozen up." I managed a weak smile. Guess those self-defense classes my mom made me take finally paid off. We rode the rest of the way in silence. My mind kept replaying the attack, imagining all the ways it could have gone differently. All the ways I could have ended up dead on the side of that lonely highway. When we finally reached the police station, I gave my statement in a daze. The officers were sympathetic, assuring me they would track down my attacker. They offered to call someone for me, but I declined. I just wanted to be alone. I got a motel room in town, not feeling up to driving any further that night. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I knew sleep would be a long time coming. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mike's face twisted in rage, felt his hands around my throat. In the days and weeks that followed, I struggled to shake off the lingering effects of that night. I jumped at unexpected noises, felt panicky in crowds. I couldn't bring myself to drive long distances, especially at night. The police eventually caught up with Mike. Turns out he was wanted in connection with several other attacks on drivers. Knowing he was behind bars brought some relief, but it didn't erase the memory of that terrifying night. It's been months now, and I'm slowly starting to feel like myself again. But I know I'll never be quite the same. That night taught me how quickly life can change, how vulnerable we all are. I'm more cautious now, more aware of my surroundings, and I never ever pick up hitchhikers. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom sensation of hands on my throat. In those moments, I have to remind myself that I'm safe, that I survived, but a part of me will always be back on that dark highway, fighting for my life against a stranger I foolishly let into my car. I don't know why Mike chose me that night, or what might have happened if I hadn't managed to fight him off. Those are questions I'll likely never have answers to. All I can do is be grateful that I made it out alive, and hope that by sharing my story, I might prevent someone else from making the same mistake I did. So if you're ever driving late at night and see a hitchhiker on the side of the road, just keep driving. No matter how harmless they might seem, it's not worth the risk. Take it from someone who learned that lesson the hard way. I was so excited for our camping trip. My 3 best friends and I had been planning it for months, a chance to get away from the city, disconnect from technology, and enjoy nature for a few days. We chose a remote campsite in the mountains, about a 3-hour drive from home. As we packed up the car that morning, joking and laughing, I never could have imagined the absolute terror that awaited us. The drive up was beautiful, winding through forests and alongside rivers. We arrived at the campsite in the early afternoon and quickly got to work setting up our tents and unpacking supplies. The site was in a small clearing surrounded by dense woods on all sides. A fire pit sat in the center, with a rustic wooden outhouse on one edge of the clearing. It was peaceful and serene, the perfect escape from city life. As evening approached, we got a campfire going and settled in with some beers, sharing stories and enjoying each other's company under the stars. Everything was going great. But around midnight, things started to feel off. It began with strange noises coming from the woods. At first we tried to brush them off as normal forest sounds. Owls, maybe, or some small animals. But they kept getting closer and didn't sound quite right, almost like a mix between animal calls and human voices. We fell silent, straining to listen. "Did you guys hear that?" my friend Jake whispered. We all nodded, exchanging uneasy glances. "It's probably nothing," I said, trying to reassure everyone and myself. "Let's just head to bed." We doused the fire and retreated to our tents, but sleep was impossible. The sounds continued sporadically throughout the night, sometimes seeming to circle our campsite. I lay awake for hours, heart pounding, imagining all kinds of horrible possibilities. When morning finally came, we were exhausted and on edge. Over a tense breakfast, we debated whether to pack up and leave early. But in the light of day, it was hard to believe we'd really heard anything truly threatening. We decided to stick it out another night. That day, we tried to relax and enjoy ourselves, going for a hike and swimming in a nearby lake. But there was an undercurrent of unease that we couldn't shake. We kept looking over our shoulders, jumping at small noises. As dusk fell, we gathered around the fire again, speaking in hushed tones. That's when we first saw him, a tall, gaunt figure standing at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a tree. He was too far away to make out clearly, but something about his stance and stillness was deeply unsettling. "Hey!" Jake called out. "Can we help you?" The figure didn't respond or move. We all stared, frozen. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly stepped back and melted into the darkness of the forest. Panic set in. We huddled close to the fire, terrified of what might be lurking just beyond the ring of light. The strange noises from the night before started up again, closer than ever. Sometimes they sounded like animals, sometimes like distorted human voices. Occasionally we caught glimpses of movement in the shadows. "We need to get out of here," Lisa said, her voice shaking. "Right now." We all agreed, but the thought of trying to pack up and drive on the dark, winding mountain roads was equally terrifying. We decided to wait it out until first light, taking shifts to keep watch. Those were the longest, most horrifying hours of my life. The sounds and movements continued all night. Several times we saw the tall figure again, always at the edge of the clearing, always silent and unmoving. None of us slept a wink. As soon as the sky began to lighten, we frantically started breaking down camp. That's when Jake made a chilling discovery. "Guys," he called out, voice tight with fear. "Come look at this." We hurried over to where he was standing by the old outhouse. He had noticed that the floorboards inside seemed loose and had pried one up. Underneath was a trap door leading to some kind of cellar or basement. Heart in my throat, I shone my flashlight down into the darkness. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my days. The cellar was full of discarded clothing, shoes, wallets, phones, clearly belongings from dozens of different people. And scratched into the walls were tally marks. Hundreds and hundreds of tally marks. We didn't say a word. We just looked at each other in horror, the realization dawning that we had narrowly escaped becoming part of whatever sick game was being played here. That's when the noises started again, louder than ever, and definitely human this time. Screams and howls that chilled me to my very core. "Run!" I yelled. We abandoned our half-packed gear and sprinted for the car. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking violently as I tried to get the engine started. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of multiple figures emerging from the woods, moving inhumanly fast. I slammed on the gas, tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. We tore down the mountain road at breakneck speed, the car fishtailing around curves. No one spoke. We were all in shock, gasping for air, unable to process what we'd just experienced. It wasn't until we hit the main highway an hour later that we finally felt safe enough to pull over and try to make sense of what had happened. We called the police, of course, but when they went to investigate, they found nothing. The cellar was empty, no sign of the belongings we'd seen. They said we must have imagined it in our fear and exhaustion. But I know what I saw, what we all saw. Sometimes I still hear those inhuman noises in my dreams, still see that tall, motionless figure watching from the shadows. I don't know who or what was in those woods that night, but I do know that none of us will ever go camping again. Just when I was about to give up hope, I spotted a small town in the distance. Relief washed over me as I approached, eager for gas, food, and directions. But as I entered the town limits, an eerie feeling crept over me. The streets were completely deserted, not a single person in sight, no cars moving, no lights on in any of the buildings. It was as if the whole town had been abandoned. I slowly cruised down the empty main street, peering into darkened storefronts. Everything looked like it was frozen in time. Old-fashioned displays in shop windows, vintage cars parked along the curb, faded signs advertising businesses that clearly hadn't been open in years. The whole scene felt like something out of the Twilight Zone. My instincts were screaming at me to turn around and get out of there, but my gas gauge was on empty, and I knew I wouldn't make it much further without refueling. I reluctantly pulled up to an old gas station, hoping against hope that the pumps might still work. As I got out of my car, the silence was oppressive. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of wind. Just a heavy stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I grabbed the nozzle and tried to start pumping, but nothing happened. The power was off. Frustrated and increasingly uneasy, I decided to look for someone who could help. I started walking down the sidewalk, peering into windows and calling out, "Hello? Is anyone here? I need some help." My voice echoed off the buildings, seeming to hang in the air unnaturally. I was about to give up when I caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. I whirled around, but the street behind me was empty. My heart started racing. I could have sworn I saw a shadow dart between two buildings. Telling myself I was just jumpy from the weird situation, I kept walking, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every few steps I'd catch another glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, only for it to vanish when I turned to look. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as panic started to set in. I quickened my pace, no longer calling out. I just wanted to get back to my car and get the hell out of this creepy ghost town. As I hurried along, I noticed strange symbols carved into some of the buildings and sidewalks. Crude stick figures and odd geometric shapes that made me deeply uneasy. Just then, I heard a distinct shuffling sound behind me. I spun around and saw a figure duck into an alley about 50 feet back. My blood ran cold. There was no mistaking it this time. Someone was definitely following me. Heart pounding, I broke into a run. I sprinted back toward my car, not daring to look behind me. The shuffling footsteps seemed to be getting closer. I reached my vehicle and fumbled with my keys, hands shaking. Just as I got the door open, I heard a raspy voice right behind me. "You shouldn't be here, stranger." I yelped and dove into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. An old woman with wild gray hair and sunken eyes was standing right outside my window, glaring at me. Her skin was pallid and waxy, her teeth yellow and rotting. She looked like a corpse. "This town don't take kindly to outsiders," she hissed, pressing her face against the glass. "Best be on your way before nightfall, or you might never leave." I jammed the key in the ignition, praying the engine would start despite being almost out of gas. To my immense relief, it sputtered to life. I threw the car in reverse and peeled out of there, tires squealing. As I sped toward the town limits, more figures began emerging from the shadows. Gaunt, pale people with dead eyes, all staring at me with naked hostility. They started converging on the street, trying to block my path. I swerved around them, heart in my throat. Just as I thought I was in the clear, a man stepped out in front of my car. I slammed on the brakes, nearly hitting him. He slowly walked up to my window and leaned in close. His eyes were completely black, no whites visible at all. When he smiled, his teeth were filed to points. "We don't get many visitors," he said in a low, gravelly voice. "It's been so long since we've had fresh meat." I stomped on the gas, not caring if I ran him over. He leapt back just in time as I floored it out of town. In my rearview mirror, I could see a crowd of those things chasing after my car, moving with inhuman speed. I didn't slow down for miles, constantly checking behind me to make sure I wasn't being followed. Eventually, the adrenaline faded, and I pulled over, shaking and hyperventilating. What the hell had just happened? Who were those people? What were those people? Part of me wanted to convince myself it had all been some kind of hallucination, but I knew deep down that it was real. I had stumbled into something terrifying and barely escaped. I found a motel in the next town and holed up there for the night, too rattled to keep driving. I scoured the internet for any information about an abandoned town in the area, but found nothing. It was as if the place didn't exist. The next morning, my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to try to find the town again in the daylight. But no matter how I retraced my route, I couldn't locate it. The road I'd taken just led to more wilderness. The town had vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. To this day, I have no explanation for what I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I'll catch a glimpse of dead black eyes in a crowd, or hear that raspy voice in my dreams telling me I should have never come to their town. And I know it was real. I don't take back roads on road trips anymore. I stick to major highways with plenty of other cars and well-lit towns. But I'll never forget that night, or shake the feeling that somewhere out there, that nightmare town is still waiting for its next unsuspecting visitor.